good time zone. And a happy birthday to all of those around the world. Time sure does fly. I don't know how. Sometimes some of the things I have to prepare for it, they take much longer than they feasibly ever should. I remember the good old days. When I was on time. But here we are to finish off, hopefully, probably, I Portatori de Velluti. We're on at level 7. I leveled up Crown Slayer, but I only leveled her up because I have no specialist chips. Didn't realize that. And I also have no guard chips to convert into specialist chips. So yeah, she is level E0, max E0. I was gonna E1 her. But bam. But yeah, that's not gonna happen. Okay.
Have you been doing well lately, Doctor?
She's just gonna have to, well, suffer in fights. Which really, we're just playing to the story at this point. Last time, we entered into part 3, La Fortunata, the unlucky. Focused on Lyudmila, whom, after finding her mentor dead, murdered by Project Red, went on a mission of vengeance. Hunting down Project Red across Setakusa, trying to fight her, trying to kill her, and yet she's never good enough. Several months ago, during her last confrontation with Project Red, she was left out in the wastelands, only to be found by Sommer. They brought her back to the Truckers Union camp, and they, let her stay and recover her strength. And then she decided to stick around and become a trucker. And she's been giving them back all of her money and everything because she doesn't have anything to spend it on, according to her. And she wants to repay their kindness. And then we learned that it wasn't just Sommer in that truck on that fateful night, the night Leon Tuzo was put into a coma. Crown Slayer was also there because she had discovered that Sommer was smuggling goods And we also learned that it was not a plot by the Mafia, and it was not a plot by Lapland, which was really probably the most likely candidate. The reason the accident happened was because Project Red and Luna Cub were fighting each other, and they accidentally hit Leon Tuzo and Summer's vehicles. And the reason why Crown Slayer wasn't at the scene of the accident is because she, you know, saw Project Red and went to get her revenge again. Of which, of course, she didn't get any revenge. And then the whole reason the truck was burned at the port is because Crown Slayer went looking for the truck and set it on fire. Because the first lesson she always learned from her mentor was fire could destroy anything, could bury anything. So she's helping Summer make sure it gets away. We also briefly saw that, yeah, the Emperor is here. We knew that, but we haven't seen him. But we briefly saw him talking with Luna Cub and Agnes, Luna Cub's wolf mentor, and learned that Luna Cub joined Rhodes Island through Emperor, actually. Emperor brought her there. We also had a brief scene where Ingrid officially left the Venezia family. Which could eventually one day put her at odds with them. And I think that was everything. No sign of Lapland, though. So she must show up soon. She's just a taxi driver, but this is her event, and she's supposed to be an altered character. So, curtains lifted. Outside appearances are one thing, but the evil within dies hard, only waiting for a chance to reemerge. Are those undeployable tiles? Looks like it. Fascinating. Slots left. How do we fill out the most of this map? Not that one. These ones are the best ones. Yeah, that's a hard one. I guess that's okay. There she is. Tisk, tisk. We got here too late, and they finished their fight, and now there's no one alive to talk to. You stopped our duel just to watch a boring shootout. The woman and wolf stand on the barren lands as the sun rises, with a yellow cab parked not far from them. The cab's hood bears a deep depression from a prior intimate meeting with a boulder. The tire tracks twist and turn in its wake, peppered with strewn-up dirt, narrating the car's journey here. Several bodies lie around the car. The wind carries the stench of blood far away, inciting low growls from wild beasts in the distance. Zaro, there are two things you ought to understand. One, I am not a toy for your entertainment. And two, as my toy for my entertainment, I've realized an immortal Signore de Lupi is just so boring. Compared to you, isn't a familia shootout happening in the middle of the wastes much more interesting? The car can still move even after all of that. Where was its original destination? Let's see. A spot circled on the map, Nuova Volvosini, and some entry documents in the glove box to boot. Looks like we're all set. A familiar name. Hey Zaro, help me drag this corpse aside so I can reverse the car. You want to... Saracusa has graced us with an invitation. Don't tell me you'd refuse. I didn't think the Signore de Lupi would be so rude. I told you, I will walk with you until the victor is decided. Then help me out. Part 4. Il Tassista, the taxi driver. Part 3 was short. October 25th, 1100. 9 p.m. We're back in time. Selva. You don't have to be so formal, Senor Capone. Relax. I just didn't want to spook you with this scary mug of mine. After all, it wasn't easy securing this meetup with you. I thought a lot about your proposal. If City Hall staff discover I privately transferred my system points to you, they will just pick a few documents from the pile of certs, write a little explanation, and change the name on them. Simple. I'll earn 50 points, and while you get a lot of dough. We ain't violating no law here. If City Hall got a problem, it just means the new Urban Management Act needs more revisions. I bet you know this better than me. When you put it like that, identity registration's awful unfair, ain't it? I turned over a new leaf, paid so much guarantee money the past 6 months, and did so much community service, all thanks to my criminal record. All of that work, and I still haven't earned even half of the 120 points I need. But you, a clean resume, an experienced law, adjacent tech industries. You're pretty new here, but the points you converted from all that's already enough to become a citizen 3 times over. It'd be a waste to keep them for yourself. Alright. I applied for an appointment next week to get my documents authenticated. I'll get these revisions done before that. Easy, Belle. Aren't you the one wanting to become a citizen ASAP? What I mean is, have you ever thought of putting off your citizenship application? What do you mean? Lots of us guys in the city could use a lot more points, but there ain't many guys like you who can get them so easily, so I'm happy to play middleman. Nuova Volsini introduced a new Urban Management Act to deter people like you. Sorry. I mean, aren't we contradicting the city's founding principle by doing this? Come on, Belle, relax. I was just thinking out loud is all, don't mind me. But noodle on it a bit. Why do you come here? A stable income, a better life. You think you'll get that after you become a legal citizen in Nuova Volsini and work an entry-level job at a law firm? Collapse. I can't believe Capone and Gambino aren't real citizens. How could they? Are you going to stay here and watch them all night, Lapland? Why the rush? How can we start our night shift before getting some food? Want a slice of this freshly baked polenta? On second thought, let's not waste it. You're in a good mood, just because you witnessed that strange deal happen. Zaro, how long have we been here in Nuova Volsini? More than 2 months. And how many places have we been in that span of time? How many customers have we ferried? Isn't it uncomfortable seeing everyone in the city act so prim and proper? The city hall staff, the court judges are itching to slap their laws on their foreheads, ready to fight against Syracuse's old customs and rules at any moment. While the Familia are trying their best to prove how much they like and have adapted to these new rule sets of the game. I've never seen Syracusans this restrained. It's uncomfortable. Like everyone has a mask sewn onto their faces. It will be Carnivale soon. Are they even in the mood to enjoy the so-called carnival? I'm thankful for our two friends here worrying over their citizen points. For sure, it means Syracuse remains the same, and it's in every Syracusan's nature to turn every new territory into a swamp. Now, I'm looking forward to Carnivale. Hey, are you listening? I smelled their scent. Your compatriots, the other Signore de Lupi? No plans to catch up with them? The Signore de Lupi who has left the game should no longer interfere. Don't look so defeated, Zaro. You did lose, but it doesn't mean you can't derive any more fun from it. Think about it. What else can you do? Free yourself? We return to the swamp for a leisurely swim. Yeah. And you? When are you planning to say hello to your past? Carissimo padre mio, you mean? I already said adieu, though I did prepare a gift for him this time. The cab driver stops talking and lifts her legs onto the dashboard to rest in a more comfortable position. Through the car window ahead is a wall sporting a huge billboard advertising a winery. A sullen-looking man with his tightly knit brows brandishes a wine glass towards the camera with the following invitation. Saluzzo Vino is looking for a senior legal advisor. Several other positions are also open. Apply to join us today. Don Alberto, we've got all the information here. Please have a look. We have a total of 13 wineries in the city. 6 of them are undergoing qualification audit and cannot operate for the time being. 2 of them on the city's outer plates are about to welcome their first harvest, and the warehouse, lab, and bottling line are ready. But there's no way we can handle this many ripened grapes in a short period of time, with half of our wineries not opening. The root of the problem lies with the City Hall's attitude towards us. Those Stronzi are obviously targeting us on purpose. These files are meant for our friend here. He has the means of solving such problems. Alberta looks across the table where a red-headed Lupo has been sitting for a while. The winery is finally decanted, or the wine is finally decanted, and he takes a sip, calmingly returning Alberto's gaze. Mega restructure, or merge and restructure all Saluzzo's properties in the city into new entities, including both the operating ones and those undergoing an audit. Then hire non-stakeholder employees to manage on-site operations. This is feasible under the new Urban Management Act. Simply put, I will transfer these properties to you. Familia Bologna does not have large-scale businesses, so the procedure should be relatively simple, yet you've been rejected more than 10 times now. Whenever it involves a Bologna or Saluzzo, the government in court, or should I say Leontuzzo and Lavinia, always tend to react in a more defensive manner. It sounds like I have no reason to refuse this arrangement. Dimitri, what I value more is that you understand Leon Truzo better than anyone else, as well as the rules he has set. You are best fit for this position. I want to see if City Halls will still brazenly clamp down on us even after we tie our companies together in total compliance with the new Urban Management Act. Don't you agree, our new Don Bologna? Bologna? Don't treat me like your pup, Alberto. I admit Bologna's company registration has many bumps on the road, and your invitation was timely. You get rid of some troubles while I gain the rights to legally enter the city. We're just business partners getting what we want. Even though the Bolognas are not what they used to be in Siracusa anymore, even though this new city doesn't have the Familia anymore, you need to know this. My choices to work for Saluzzo Vino does not in any way mean that the Bologna will be at the Saluzzo's beck and call. So you'd best put that title to rest. I'm not sitting here as a Don of Familia Bologna. There's no point in acting tough, Ragazzo. Whether or not this collaboration will mean the Bolognas have thrown themselves at the Saluzzos, I'm curious how Leon Tuzo will see it. No, I almost forgot. Maybe he doesn't even care at all anymore. He already abandoned you. If you insist on this topic, aren't you a lone wolf too, Alberto? The white wolf of Saluzzo, your daughter, who's always disobeyed your orders, has left her Familia forever. According to my sources, she arrived in Nuovo Volsini a few months ago as a cab driver. I'm curious too, did she come here to add insult to your injury? Or will she return home and help the Saluzzos? Lapland. I banished her. From what I know about her, she probably thinks that's not how it went down. Probably not. I won't take offense from you, Dimitri. You are different from Bernardo. You understand what's going on. These harmless differences will not affect our shared interests, so why not take this as a happy start of our collaboration? Fine. I won't waste my breath then. Why not sign this equity document first, Senor Alberto? I'll use the dividends from this month to get Leon to reminisce about the good old days. November 5th, 10:45 p.m. Went looking for your fellow floating heads? I did. A hypocritical and sly wolf. Caesar has turned her Fang into an idiot who only knows how to bite people and suck blood. She won't be able to find Varro's Fang even if she sniffed every single corner of this land. That Fang has never showed himself, hidden very well. But if we had Bernardo here, locating a Syracusan in Siracusa would be like going through a pile of hay with it for an animal. Simple. If I don't interfere and help them out, God knows how long they're going to drag this round for. Zaro, it's rare to see so many words spilled out from your mouth. You're upsetting the table and relishing it. Like you are. Sato, stop worrying about winning and losing. Learn to do it for the love of the game, and derive even more enjoyment from it, and that's what games are really for. How do you wolves fail to even understand this? Nuova Volsini nights are dark. Woman and wolf stand atop a building, sandwiched by the night sky above and the city below. Pre-Carnivale activities happen in all sorts of shades and forms. The vehicles speed through the streets, pedestrians shuttle to and fro. They even enjoy a panoramic view of everything happening below. They cover their fangs with masks and use a festival to divulge their thirst to have it all. How sad. On the contrary, you seem to be enjoying this farce. When did you become so interested in such boring activities? Zito Zaro, you're noisier than the people who used to hang around me before. I assume Zito means quiet. I'm just enjoying the breeze. We practically have a VIP seat here, so keep quiet and wait for the show to begin. The actors are already on the stage. You're late, Leon. I'm sorry. It's been a real busy day. Still working on your inaugural speech. Well, that too. We're planning a birthday party for the whole city. It's not quite the same thing as planning a party at home, is it? You remember. Of course I do. Did you think I was going to forget how you bought ginger ale instead of beer for the banquet and pocketed the difference to buy a car? Well, I guess that did happen. You sound distracted, Dimitri. Do I? It's nothing. I guess it's been too long since we last saw each other. Take care on your way, Leon. Might have taken that as a threat if we weren't in Nuova Volsini. Enough joking and hurry up. I'm waiting at the seat by the window. The car drives by the apprentice Taylor jogging on the street and heads to the end of the main street. So yeah, drove by Lucino. Oh, I should pick up the pace. I can't miss the delivery window and hand over the clothes to Signor Alberto. The Don of Familia Saluzzo. What kind of man is he? Lucino gasps for breath with the suit in his arms as he runs through a deserted alley, illuminated only by the light coming from a cafe. I do love that everyone was here for this accident. That's the 5th slice of pizza and 3rd glass of juice that you've gobbled. Are you that hungry? Shut up and drink that espresso. Yuck, it's so damn sour. You're gonna lend me your head if we screw up the mission because the sewage gave me diarrhea? Suck it up. I just picked it off the shelf. Nobody uses this frontage road anyway. Besides, it's just hauling a bunch of tires. What could go wrong? No need to get all worked up over a boring job like this. I'm tired of hearing you whine for the past 2 months, Gambino. Haven't you figured out our new boss yet? Trying too hard to show off will only have the opposite effect. Fresh meat like us, we gotta be patient and just wait for our chance. Well, ain't you the model employee, Capone? I thought you would at least show a little bit of, I don't know, shame. There's hardly any place for a Siciliani in Siracusa these days. I'm not Sicilian anymore. It's your shame, not mine. I just want to get my Nuova Volsini citizenship sooner rather than later. All the work I put in over the past 6 months, all the guaranteed money I paid, and I'm only halfway to the required points. What happened to the? It's been like a month now. What happened to the guy he was stealing points from? Halfway, you've got 50 more points than I do. Have you been doing community service while I wasn't looking? Shut your crap, Gambino. We're on our last chance and you know it. Keep your eyes sharp on that street. It should be coming any time now. You got any pizza left? Give me one. Gazzo, it's cold. How could you even manage to eat this? As the two grumble to each other, the dark shadow quietly slips through the alley. Sniff, sniff. I smell. True wolf. A truck drives past Red and attracts her attention. Are you hiding inside? Sniff, sniff. No, over there. He looks toward the opposite end of the street. Grandma, I am a wolf hunter. I remember. The girls. Vargo, I hope you left me accurate instructions on how to identify them. He'll be a headache if I hurt the wrong people. With blade in hand, the Vopo leans on a wall hidden within its shadow, waiting in silence for the prime opportunity to strike. She will illuminate the two targets who threaten Umberto's life in one go, and then demand her reward from the wolf. A kid loitering around the streets outside this late. I figure. Was I just seeing things? Ludmilla, why just space out so suddenly? It's nothing, just a little tired. You'd better get off and wait at the intersection coming up. We're about to arrive, and it'd be trouble with the Venezias if I show up with a rando in tow. Ludmilla. Enough. I got on your truck, so I'll stick with you all the way. Thanks, Ludmilla. No matter what happens, I'm lucky to have you with me. You've been listening to this song on loop for a while now. Not tired of it? Of course! A Chance Encounter is an amazing song, and Sora's got one hell of a singing voice. It's the hottest new single this week. There was an interview saying she recorded it just for Carnivale. Summer hums the song looping from the speakers. Soon the truck will reach the turning point ahead and bump into the other car. Carnivale's curtains are slowly pulled open. In just one city block, we have our young and promising acting mayor, Fangs, people coming home for the festivities, and Sicilians too. I don't even know who they're seeking protection from. What a crowd. I could make it even noisier. Just wait, Zaro. You don't have to do anything. Pretend you're a cab driver who turns on the radio right at the right time to tune into a story. The games humanity plays are just much more interesting than your kind's preference to select just a few people to fight each other. Caesar's pup has discovered Agnes's cub. Look, isn't there another car coming from the port? Bang! She stole that line from W. The truck crashes into the car and flees in a panic. Eye-watering flames, hysterical crowds. Those who share the same stage obviously perform the same play. Just a chaotic show. I don't see what's so funny about this, Lapland. What's with the rush? Before the play truly begins, allow me to perform my duty as an upstanding citizen of the city. Pronto, Buona Sara, is this the police? Me, I am just a driver for hire. I'd like to make a report. See, the port district, that's right, an accident just happened. She called the police. What a good citizen. What a hero.
Let's see. Which insect is falling into my trap?
Car's just gonna go right there? Oh my goodness.
Can your eyes keep up?
Carnival snack carts. Oh my gosh, it's like Lotterano. It's literally Lotterano. Detonates when blocked, dealing arson burn damage.
Any instruct feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
This gavel of justice is waiting. Spero che siate pronti.
Gently landing. Any instructions? Come on! Let's pick up the pace! Ever wondered how it feels to float in the air? Any
Another
instructions?
one.
Come on!
Oh boy.
Let's pick up the pace! No need to cover up. If secrets are public, then everybody's in the game!
Your lives are mine to protect.
Look, Zaro. What are you waiting for? The curse, come on! Let's pick up the pace!
Your crimes are irrefutable.
Roar. The light and double.
Feeling you're gaining some weight?
I think I missed that popcorn guy. Oh, that
I
is-
wasn't supposed to clear skies for Tune, rain clouds for Karina.
Okay, I've got a magic touch on this!
Concentrate.
Oh yeah, she can't die right now. That's fine.
Deploying.
This show has
No matter what I might encounter,
Look, Zaro, never disappoint me.
the law is a means, not an end.
Mission accomplished.
November 7th, 12 p.m. Buongiorno, dear residents. After several months of preparation, Carnivale will be held as scheduled on the evening of November 9th, where hundreds of thousands of citizens will be on the streets, celebrating the one-year anniversary of Nuova Volsini. According to the Carnivale organizing committee, all the beast floats have been assembled at the port and will be moved to the expansion plate today, preparing for the night of parade. The street theater competition will also be included, or has also concluded, rather. The most popular team will gain the privilege of illuminating the floats on the behalf of every citizen here on Carnivale night. Other shortlisted plays will also be performed on both sides of the parade path alongside the floats. The committee hopes that everyone will cooperate and maintain the float's mystery before their forms are unveiled on Carnivale night. Please rein in your curiosity and do not sneak a look, photograph or spread any float-related information. In other news, on November 5th, a traffic accident occurred on Quinta Strada in the Port District late at night, with one injured reported. The vehicle responsible escaped after crashing. The police quickly got to the scene under control and restored order in the area. The incident did not have any serious consequences, so there is no need for our dear citizens to worry. Presently, the police have established a special task force to investigate and identify the vehicle responsible, and the case should be closed within the next few days. Citizens who discover any relevant clues should contact the police as soon as possible. Texas. You're back. Just a brief visit. I'll go back to the court later. How is Leon? The doctor came here 3 times. Only for routine checkups, though. At least his condition isn't getting worse, I suppose. I'm guessing you had trouble dealing with that case yesterday. The case was closed, in a way I did not want, in a way I was powerless to stop. Texas, I don't recall you having a habit of turning on the afternoon news. The situation isn't as optimistic as the news makes it out to be, right? We found some clues, locked up some suspects, but we haven't made any other progress. Who called the police that night? The info we got was fake. Hard to investigate. Maybe I could help. I know quite a few people in the city. Those from the Familia. Grazie, Texas. I know you have been keeping an eye on the whole thing. Your mere presence in Volsini was enough to strike a nerve in every influence in the city. Some are angry, while others got a wake-up call and we managed to turn things around. But a year has passed, and we are in Nuova Volsini now, in a new city without a Familia, and the last Texas can't really do much. In other words, the last Texas shouldn't be allowed to do much here. Yes. Signorina Texas, there's a phone call at reception for you. Me? Who is this? Need a ride, Texas? I won't wait too long. Oh my gosh, it's raining in Nuova Volsini? Ominous times are upon us. The sun was so strong the last 2 days. What's with the sudden downpour? You wouldn't be carrying an umbrella if you are really surprised. Here, over here. On the hood of a cab and under a huge black umbrella, the driver casually plays with the car keys in her hand. Yeah, you got here quickly. Da cuánto tempo, Texas? The driver slowly lifts her umbrella, revealing a sharp crescent, an unrestrained smile. She even nonchalantly tosses the umbrella aside and salutes a greeting to Texas. Lapland. Oh, she got her outfit. The weather got me thinking about our old home, the nights in the rain in Volsini. Yeah, weather here has always been great until today. But you seem to have saw this rain coming, Texas. I just prepared for the worst. We're still in Siracusa after all. Having just one rainy day after so many days of fine weather is pretty rare. What exactly happened with that accident? You mean the one with the baloney wolf pup? Sure, you're not suspecting that I did it with my car right here. I wouldn't be surprised if it was you. You wouldn't be here right now if you had nothing to do with it. I do know a few things. Willing to have a ride with me? Why not? I wouldn't be standing here otherwise. You know, I thought you'd be nice and shade me from the rain with your umbrella. You seem like you're enjoying the rain. Didn't want to spoil your fun. That's the Texas I know. Are you going to just stay on your car like that? In such a big rain with no spectators, not tired? Oh, have you been watching me the whole time? Get in a car, Texas. Our destination is quite far away, so it'll be quite a long drive. Alright, I prepared a gift for you in the passenger seat. I saw the snacks. I don't have the appetite right now. It's alright. It's not me for you this time. I've long since changed my tastes. So I know you're still obsessed with those old habits of yours. Texas, back so soon? It's me. Dmitri. You should not have clearance to come in here. There's always a way. You can't prevent me from seeing Leon forever. I bought some flowers. Is there a vase in here that might fit? We used to have roses like this at the Bologna residence, remember? Don't look at me like that, Lavinia. The police have thoroughly investigated my travel itinerary on your orders for the past 2 days, every single detail. The way they found no clues linking me to that accident. You're not so stupid to think that you'll commit a crime yourself. My city old colleagues told me that they recently received an entity ownership change application from Saluzzo Vino. Why are you collaborating with Alberto, Dmitri? Since the city, or should I say you, have been so unwelcome, I had to figure out my own way to stay here. Doesn't it comply with the city rules? Perfectly. Wouldn't it be better if I stayed within your sights? You've already deployed enough officers here to watch every step I take. Any contact I make, every order I give. I should be allowed a visit. I was the one nursing Leon back to health whenever he was sick. The Bolognes won't give up entering the city, Lavinia. But in any case, there's no need for or reason for me to hurt Leon. I will accept your flowers in his place. But I am sorry, as an officer of the law, I will not allow a potential suspect to meet with a victim in private. Leon's safety is closely tied to the city's. No one can say where the chaos will come from next. This is what you want me to see. I see the rain earlier wasn't heavy enough. Fire. The speeding cab suddenly brakes when it nears the fire, leaving clear skid marks on the still wet ground. Would you believe me if I said I brought you here to extinguish the fire? The monstrous wolf breathes flames and thick smoke into the air. The giant beast-shaped float burns, the bright fire light standing out against a dull, dark sky. Lapland, how much do you know about this? Suspecting me? No, you would have chosen a more classical and conspicuous method. You'd be standing in the fire right now, at least. Not next to me. You know me so well. Too bad the workers and the police are pretty quick to act. I think the fire will be put out quite soon. They should be thanking that burst of heavy rain earlier, otherwise the fire might have already burned down Nuovo Vicini port to the cinders. No matter how big the fire is, it doesn't change the fact that it's here in the city. Leon Tuzo and the others wanted to give the new city a brand new festival to help build a collective identity. A car accident that left the mayor in critical condition, and a giant blaze breaking out the logistics port just before Carnivale. That's enough to keep the civilians up awake at night. Doesn't it feel like some kind of omen, a proclamation, or even a provocation? How much do you actually know, Lapland? What's your objective? Tisk, you sound anxious. Why? Wasn't Nuova Vicini the proving grounds Sensoria Sicilia promised to the youth? An experiment is bound to produce mixed results. As the first witness on the scene, I can tell you for certain that the Bologna pup's car crash was purely an accident. You've been watching over him at the hospital, and his condition has already stabilized, right? So what's causing your anxiety? I look forward to your answer, Texas, at Carnivale. No matter what you're planning, I'll be keeping an eye on you for Lavinia. Then sit tight. I have no interest in wasting my time with those officers. Oh, how can that be? The parade float got lit up on fire along with the goods. Ugh. Calm down, it's me. The police are on their way here, so stay out of their sight. Ludmilla, where did you go the night before yesterday? No, wait, why are you here? I have more questions than you, Summer. Where did you go after the accident? I went to find Irina. She knocked me out cold and locked me inside the warehouse. Well, a lot happened, and it was a hell of an escape. Come with me. Everyone's attention is focused on the float now. My smoke will cover our tracks, and no one will spot us. Why is there a burn spot on your jacket? The fire was my doing. The police would have discovered the truck and its contents if I hadn't done it there and then. It was the only way. Enough. We'll talk when we're safe, those officers. Oh, wait, Ludmilla. Someone just went over there. Irina. Who's the guy next to her? Irina Lavazza and Alberto Saluzzo. Could you both please kindly explain what brings you here just 200 meters away from the fire? I don't see a need to explain myself. If you want my answer, have the judge bring evidence and arrest warrant to me first. I'll be waiting. You get to it, we'll get to it, Senor Saluzzo. It's true we don't have any evidence to pin you as a culprit, but this doesn't mean you're completely unrelated to the case. As for you, Signorina Irina Lavazza, the float burned nearly to nothing, but we managed to collect some fragments. We'll send them for analysis later, but we're basically certain that the vehicle used for the float was a truck from your group. As the head of the truckers union, you'll have to come up with us for our investigation. Signor Saluzzo. Signorina Lavazza, our previous agreement still stands. I believe you have no link to the matter, but do be careful with what you say once you leave this place. Never speak to cops. Otherwise, even I won't be able to help you. November 8th, 10 a.m. Don't you find this place familiar, Texas? But this time, I'm the one standing in the defendant's dock is neither, or the one standing in the defendant's dock is neither you or me. What a shame. Even if we take the judge's word that this case is suspected of endangering the public safety, there's no reason to let all these people in here. Why are all the mafia here? A trial for a truck driver, and the audience gallery seats are filled with made men from two familia with conflicting interests. And I'm liking Nuovo Vulcini more and more, Texas. But I have to say, this trial was putting together more quickly than I thought. Probably a special procedure. Carnivale is tomorrow, so it's understandable they'd want to settle the case ASAP. Do you know this Irina woman? You don't have to probe me, Texas. I only met this poor little driver once, but I can guess how she ended up here. You mean... she's innocent? I didn't say that. This isn't a scene... This isn't a scene, a regular occurrence in the swamp of Siracusa. It swallows everyone up eventually. Not everyone can escape it like you did. Either you get killed and silenced, or you hide it in the mud and drag out a meaningless existence. Texas, do you believe that Nuovo Vulcini offers a third way of life? Silence! In accordance with the new Urban Management Act, the Nuovo Vulcini Criminal Court will commence with the Nuovo Vulcini Port Arson Public Prosecution Case number 00278. Court is in session. Defendant, please state your identity for the record. I don't get why she's in court, though. What evidence? I guess maybe not for the fire, but just for lying about the truck? I don't know. Irina Lavazza, born in Sicilia, currently a member of the Truckers Union and living in a trucker camp in Viale Alito, Zona Torino. What do they mean our testimony would be invalid in court? Doesn't that mean we can only sit here and wait for the results of her trial? I wanted to go even more than you do, Lyudmila. After all, it's because of me that Irina... But you heard about what happened at the police station, right? She didn't say a thing, so we can't just barge in there ourselves. She believes in the government and the courts, and thinks she can prove her innocence. Do you believe that'll happen? I believe in her. Wait for me, Summer. I'll call the other guys to go with us. We should be standing by her side right now, no matter what. Summer slumps over on the ground, cradling his head, watching Lyudmila leave. If he hadn't helped the Venezias transport their goods without telling Irina, if that car accident hadn't happened, if he hadn't asked Irina for help, if he had managed to break free from his chains earlier and make it to the port in time, he's the reason why this incident happened, but now, the one standing in court awaiting trial is his best friend and his daughter. He gropes around in a pocket for a business card. He doesn't know who stuck it in the gaps of his camper van door. The card only has an address on it. Terza Zona Porto. Irina, I know you cannot smart me in most cases, but this time, I know I can help you out for sure. He stands up and leaves the campground alone. Irina Lavazza, the identity matches registered information. The blaze at Zona Porto yesterday caused serious property damage and put the lives of dozens of workers at the port at risk, and gravely threatened the public safety of Nuova Volsini. Carnivale is right around the corner, and this incident will immeasurably affect public opinion. The court has examined the evidence submitted by the police and found that the Great Wolf Parade float, the source of the fire, has obvious traces of arson. The vehicle was from the truckers' union. The police reviewed the truck's shift schedule and found it was not deployed at that time. It should not have been in Porto Nuova Volsini. You, the head of the truckers' union, also just happened to be at the scene of the crime. Signorina Lavazza, you are our prime suspect. You have every right to defend yourself. Your Honor, I'm happy to tell you everything I know. Irina calmly explains how yesterday's fire had no links to any one from the truckers' union, but the judge's expression becomes even gloomier. Judge can't help her even if he wants to. Of course. How long has the real culprit? As long as the real culprit doesn't show up. Her attempts to defend herself will be for naught. Guess they don't have defense attorneys in this city. Or maybe she chose not to have a lawyer. Ah, whoa, the poor lady. Don't you want to help her out, Texas? You could stand up and vouch for her, etc. The courts might be lenient on her if it's you. I know what you're thinking, Lapland. Nuova Volsini's laws absolutely cannot be trampled upon or scorned like that. They strove to make these rules a reality. Then I fear you can only sit back and watch everything unfold, or... Lapland sends Texas a provocative look, eager to try something. I could care less for your boring rules. Want me to help you out? Please hold on. The court has just received a supplementary list of new witnesses who would like to provide testimony. And Alberto Saluzzo? No, snap. He's actually gonna defend her? What's wrong, Your Honor? As a legal citizen who has completed his identity registration and in total compliance with the new Urban Management Act, surely my testimony will be valid in court. Of course. Please proceed to state your testimony for the record. Signor Saluzzo, are you intending to provide evidence to the court to prove that Irina was indeed related to the fire? Alberto does not answer. His gaze falls on the opposite side of the witness box. Venezia Jr. and the other Venezias are sitting on the left side of the audience. Alberto's eyes turn to the seat behind Venezia Jr. There sits his own daughter, the banished Saluzzo. She crosses her legs, grins, and waves at him as if no one else is in the room. Next to her is Texas. Ciao. Texas, my dear father is watching us. Stop being so reserved and wave along. Signor Saluzzo, please continue your testimony. I was there as well, and I can attest that Signorina Lavazza did not start the fire. A terrace owner should be here. Somewhere. The boss made us wait here for you. Come, he wants to see you. I hear from the Venezias, or the Saluzzos, or the Medicis. This will help Irina, right? Right up ahead. Container in that corner. Just open the door and go in. Alright. Hey Reina, I'm sorry for not telling you, but I already made arrangements for Guri. You know how I kept asking for more shifts and saved quite a bit of cash. It should at least be enough to pay for 2 years of oropathy treatment and her school fees. The school isn't too far from our camp, so it'll be easy to look after her this way too. I did take you in at the start, but compared with all the help you've given us all these years, it's hard to say who has helped the other more. Hey Rene, it's not fair. They've got the spotlight on you now. It's time you think about yourself, too. I want to say, I've never been such an idealist. After all, I've seen enough in this life. I know very well what I can do or can't. I'm just a tiny supermarket owner and driver who hopes we can all live a peaceful life. This is also why I was willing to follow you here. The shop's no more, but we can always move to a new place and figure out a new way of life. There's no need to waste our time on those guys who ruined our lives. Everyone gets their share of bad luck, so there's no need to blame anyone. We just had to stay far away from the troubles. Fortunately, you helped us all find a good spot. I bet Guri will like it here. I guarantee you my testimony is absolutely true. As I said earlier, she was with me the whole time from yesterday before noon until the fire happened at the port. Two Saluzzo Vino vineyards will soon welcome our first harvest. I hope the Truckers Union will allocate a fleet to help transport our fresh grapes. This is why we were at the port to check things out. My employees can vouch for this as well. Sounds of agreement? Yes, I agree with my boss. In other words, Signorina Lavazza has a strong alibi. Collapse? Magnifico. My astute padre has tied the truckers' unions to the Saluzos. That poor driver will have to do his bidding in the future. I don't think you'll end just like that. The truck came from your union. We checked the shipping schedule and it wasn't slated for any arrangements for the last 2 days, so why did it show up at the port and become one of the floats? I don't know how it even became a float though, like... They just found a random truck at the port and were like, I guess this is the truck we're supposed to build a float on. And it was also only like 2 days ago, so that was really quick. Signorina Lavazza, even if you truly did not start the fire, as the head of your union, it is your responsibility to explain the illegal usage of this car. I can testify for Signorina Lavazza on that point. Signor Venezia. Your Honor, please take a look at the customs declaration form and the supplementary evidence you received earlier. The truck was transporting tires for Venezia Trucking. This is it. Go in. He's waiting. The shipping container door lies ajar, and all Sommer can see is a faint light flickering inside the dark interior. So who on Terra is helping me? And that's not his accent. Who on Terra is helping me and Irina? Enough questions, Vecchio. Go in and you'll find out at once. They want to help that driver, and so do we. That's all you need to know. Sommer puts his hand on the door and hesitates. Can you guarantee? There is no one available to answer him. The mafiosi already left, leaving him on his own. Who's it gonna be? The only person I can think of is Dimitri, I guess? The Bolognese? Irina, I don't have brains or guts like you. Which is why I was so surprised but also worried when you promised Judge Lavinia and Mayor Leontuzzo you'd be the head of the union. It meant we were going to get into tons of trouble, and sure enough we did. But back then, you told me that what we were starting wasn't actually a union to help City Hall handle the familia, but an association to provide mutual aid to anyone in similar situation as us. You always say I was the one who took you in, but we all know it was you who gave me another chance at life. I'm not saying we're even now. I owe you so much. Irina, if a day comes where I can help you out, I won't hesitate at all. I don't want Guri to think her papa was an ungrateful person. I try to be a good role model for her. Signor Venezia, I'm sure you're clear with what your statement means, right? Signor Saluzzo claims he submitted testimony out of his responsibility as a citizen. But this incident actually involves Venezia Trucking. The demand for our vehicles here has spiked in the last 2 months because of the Carnivale, and we had to order an impromptu shipment of automotive consumables from other cities. This newly arrived batch of goods has already cleared customs, and the truckers' union was helping us do a last-mile delivery. It was an impromptu request, which is why they haven't updated their jobs to their schedule. Signorina Lavazza, do correct me if I got anything wrong. You're right. We do have the paper trail if needed. As for why that truck was found at the port amongst the plaid floats, we don't know who did it yet, but I implore the police to continue their investigation. Though at least the truckers' union did not use their truck illegally. And Signorina Lavazza was merely a bit negligent in this whole affair. Maybe Lapland made the float. Of all the people, like, she has to have done something. Maybe she made the float. Someone made the float. We'll verify the information. Oh, the poor driver's pretty lucky. We're so close to the end of the tunnel. The pivotal testimonies from Faza and Venezia Jr. are enough to clear Irene of suspicion. Nothing will happen to her. But the suspect has become an outsider. Irene is the actual person involved, but she can't get even a word in. The courtroom's turned into an exclusive stage for the Venezias and the Saluzos. These two factions are clearly fighting under the table, but they seem to have a tacit understanding once they're in court. Everyone knows that's how the Mafia works. They want to claim complete innocence and seize the truckers' union for themselves at the same time. Of course. After all, we haven't found the actual person who started the fire. Unless they'll never find the person ever again. And the family never considered that the person involved are willing to offer when they want something in return. I have to contact Lavinia. Millie never considered what the persons involved are willing to offer when they want something in return. He takes 2 deep breaths, pushing the shipping container door open and goes inside. Nobody's here. Inside is a sole lamp and chair with no one else. Summer is stunned. He decides to wait as long as he can to help Irina this way. He's willing to wait. Irina, I like this new city. I hope Guri likes it too. At the very least, I prepared a better environment for her here. Grazie, Irina. Look, I better get going. I've never gotten a late delivery on my record. I don't know what's about to happen. No one's in the container? Is he about to be, like, shipped away from here? Terrazona. He should be here. But how am I supposed to find him in such a huge place? Ludmilla anxiously pops in and out of alleys created by the containers, trying to locate any trace of Sommer, until she hears voices nearby. So, where are we going on vacation after Carnivale? Bolsini, the old school musical theaters are still all there. I'm planning to go to more sophisticated establishments. I'd rather go to Tourney. I hear the clubs there have male paro striptease dancers from Boulevard. Wow. You better tuck your tail in if you do, Saluzzo. Huh, want me to recommend you some ticket vendors in Bolsini? You're a pretty good guy and get work done quick. If you can't get along with the Venezias, come find me and I'll introduce you to some guys. So one of them's Saluzzo, but not the other one? The Bologna? They're not Venezia. I'll pass. Want to smoke? Yeah, this lighter's pretty easy to use. Ludmilla sees the two yapping openly, but she could not care any less what they were talking about. Her sole target is the golden lighter on one of them. One of them is playing within his hand. She recognizes that lighter and knows that the two are not its owners. It belongs to the driver who doesn't smoke. What Ludmilla doesn't know is that it originally belonged to a Familia associate. After a roller coaster ride, it ends up back in the hands of the mob once more.
Medical team, please take tissue samples from the infected. We need to see the composition of the infection in this area.
Carnivale snack seller. Ubiquitous during Carnivale pushes a perfectly ordinary cart. However, not all its customers are here for food. Can only be blocked by 3 or more. Okay. It takes reduced physical arts damage, loses damage reduction during Carnivale, periodically summons snack carts. A small cart filled with snacks carefully chosen by merchants. They pack a punch and bring the heat. I like how we're in part 4, but there is no part 4 officially. It's part 3 is the end, but we're actually in the taxi driver part. Selfless law, the trial is swift, and the judgment merciless. We got a new charge. Inflicts cold on targets for 4 seconds. That's the penguin. Scary penguin. Scary emperor. I think I'll stick with burn though. Sometimes it can be hard to tell on the map what tiles I'm actually looking at. I think that one's deployable, which could be useful, but I mean, we've got 2 slots left. I guess we'll just try and fill out the bottom area because we can't fill out anything else. We could do that. And then that, yeah, okay. I think that covers that one, which I think is deployable. And that covers those 2. So that should work out. That works out. Yeah, okay. November 8th, 2:17 p.m. Dixis, you're back. With me? What? Am I not welcome here? A Lapland. Let's not overreact, dear. What if we disturb the patient's beauty rest? Texas, quick. Tell our dear judge here I'm not here to deliver some documents. Or I'm just here to deliver some documents. Nods. Here, your honor. We met a judge at the door who wanted to pass you this. The mayor's ward can't have too many people in here, so Texas and I took it for you right before we walked in. Our son of Nuevo Volsini Port, emergency court hearing defendant Irina. The driver lady's your friend, right? Relax, just flip to the back. She was acquitted on the spot. That's good. Texas and I happened to sit in at the court hearing. So exciting. The Venezias. Haha. Oh, sorry. I mean, the Venezia Tracking and Soluzo Vino bosses both testified and vouched for her innocence. And even fought over who get to send her home after the trial. A poor girl to be sure, a popular girl to be sure. The way she walked out of the courthouse reminded me of how the Familia would take the courthouse trip as proof of majority. November 8th, 11:35 a.m. Signed to confirm, receive the verdict, leave the court. The process went smoothly, but Irina is still a little dizzy. The sunlight stings her eyes and she lowers her head. On the huge court square are two cars parked on her inevitable path. Both car hoods spot a special emblem, patterns one can see everywhere in Siracusa, even if she didn't recognize the Saluzzo Vino logo or the Venezia family crest. There is no way she could possibly fail to recognize the two men before their respective cars. Crazy. Irina knows they're waiting for Familia Saluzzo and Familia Venezia. Congratulations, Signorina Velazza. Or Lavazza. There's nothing worth congratulating. Signor Saluzzo, the fire yesterday was an accident, but my worries have indeed been solved, albeit in a confusing way. I had been thinking I shouldn't cause you any further trouble, since I ended up asking you to meet with me for nothing. But you showed up today, which means you just declared to everyone. The Saluzzos want the help of the Truckers Union, of course. Our present situation does mean some deals are no longer on the table, but I'm sure we both know how valuable a friendship can be in Siracusa. Our agreement remains, Signorina Lavazza. Zio Alberto, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Signorina Lavazza helped us transport our tires, and since something has happened to them, I have worked out compensation for her.
Signor Venezia.
Don't worry. I'm mixing up his accent now, too. Don't worry. Today, we've probably met for the first time, but we've already have a good understanding between us. You said nothing at all in court, which was wonderful. I think we have a lot to talk about, as a truckers' union and many other matters. Get in the car. I'll drive you back. Venezia Jr. A loud horn interrupts the conversation between the three, and a truck drives between the two cars, coming to a steady stop before Irena. The driver's door opens, and Irena sees Ludmilla get off the truck.
Ludmilla? What's wrong?
Let's go. I came to take you back home. There's a lot back at camp waiting for you to make the call. Make the call on.
Alright, let's go.
Good, good.
Once we're home, we have to quickly figure out a way to send Summer away for a time. He's not safe in the city right now. Something on your mind, Ludmilla?
Ludmilla says nothing and hands the lighter she's holding to Elena.
Huh? Isn't this Summers?
He did everything he could. I should have understood long ago the Familia will never allow anyone who might pose a threat to them to live. Elena looks through the rearview mirror and meets the two mob bosses' eyes. She suddenly understands why they had confidently testified for her and why they had both waited for her in the square. Venezia Jr. is right. Her silence in their voices means the three parties had reached a tacit understanding in court.
Where's Summer?
I'm sorry, I couldn't find him. Elena's grip tightens on the lighter.
So things did exceed everyone's expectations, and they did so, and they had no choice but to come down here and protect me. But the price paid...
They want the guy at City Hall and the courts to know that Truckers Union and the Familia are on the same boat. Those two earlier, they were basically fighting over territory. The court hearing does not mean the matter has come to a close. It is only just beginning. For a long time to come, the Familia will become a thorn in the Trucker Union's side, and she will have to struggle against these people to maintain their tacit, disgraceful understanding. The trucker gets farther and farther away from the court square. She looks at the lighter in her hand, and her fear suddenly dissipates somewhat.
It's not over yet, Alberto, Antonio. When Summer and I had just moved here from Volcini, we really thought we left the Familia. Huh, what a joke. I'm sorry, Summer. I'll never trust any of them ever again.
Really, still, they meant, like, Summer talked about it earlier before he went off to the port. He's like, if he just hadn't done this and this and this, but the one thing he didn't do that he should have done, and he didn't even think about, is he should have just stayed at the scene of the accident and been like, yeah, sorry, I crashed.
I don't know if that would have saved him, but maybe. Such an interesting scene, like it came straight out of a film. Saluzzo and Venezia fellas, truck drivers, so many people surrounding that drive-in lately. Can you look up half the courthouse square? They got it my coming of age ceremony the first time I went to a courthouse, and when I came out, there weren't many people greeting me. Texas had it even worse, and then she came to Syracuse as a guest, and accidentally got herself involved in a lawsuit. I was only one who greeted her after. Stop bringing up your boring pranks, Lapland. Signora Lapland, thank you for coming here, and for your reminder. It's theirs. If there's nothing else, please leave the ward. You're welcome. Just the least I could do. Carnivale is tomorrow, dear judge. You still have a lot to do. I was with Lapland the whole time since yesterday noon. By the time we reached the port, the fire was already dying. She's not directly involved with it. She spent the entire night after that just being a taxi driver. She went to the courthouse today and then came here to the hospital. Right now, I'm not sure what she's planning. I'm not sure she has a plan. Are you still looking through the file, Lavinia? Judging from the contents, there was no problem whatsoever with the hearing. But the feeling I'm getting is all too familiar for my liking. They covered everything in the trial, and the testimony and evidence are stated in detail, but other than getting someone acquitted, it didn't find out any truths or solve any problems. As in Volsini and other places in Syracuse, most cases only end up in a case file like this one. I had thought such a trial would no longer exist here in Volsini, and Nuova Volsini. Lavinia, you don't have to console me, Texas. What concerns me more is when did these people actually start to care about whether a civilian outside of the family is innocent or not. What's more, because of this hearing, Familia Venezia had a perfect record in the city. You couldn't easily find a reason for criticism, but this time, Venezia Jr. actually showed up. From Dimitri to Ingrid, I may spend the last 2 days. May have spent, I think I should say. I may have spent the last 2 days chasing in the wrong direction. What is certain, before this trial, or because of this trial, they are now on the same side. Leon's car accident, the hit-and-run vehicle, and the port fire, these three obviously have a deeper connection. The Saluzos, the Venezias, and the Workers' Union. What are these three forces hiding from us together? Lavinia closes the file, running her hand over the court emblem when the new Urban Management Act on the cover. After a moment, she raises her head. Texas looks at her friend. She seemed somewhat gloomy and confused earlier, but she is definitely back to her old self now. Carnivale is tomorrow, but Leon is still in a coma. I'm running out of time to figure out what happened, what kind of plans they have in store. I can't let the situation worsen, let alone stay sitting fouls. You mean these people still think that the new Urban Management Act is something they can use, but I shall show them that this is the foundation of order in this city. November, what was that? November 8th, 4:45 p.m. Hey you! You can't go in there! Texas. Bursting into my winery without a reason does not seem like something you would do. Of course. Told you we'd come find you, Senor Alberto Saluzzo. These are Saluzzo Vino's qualification documents submitted in the past months. A group of employees have, in the short span of 2 months, changed their positions in your company's registered profile several times. First, they are security personnel, then winemakers and technical staff. We have reason to suspect Saluzzo Vino is employing illegal methods to circumvent the standard background checks procedure. Please come with us to assist our investigation. Won't the constant changes happen because City Hall keeps changing the requirements? What's the big idea, digging up those old files so suddenly? Don't waste your breath, these cops are obviously targeting us Saluzzos on purpose. Vaffanculo. We even paid so much in certification fees. Anyway, don't let them take away our dawn on our turf. Stop, don't get in the police's way. If they're only suspecting Saluzzo Vino for circumventing background checks illegally, then it won't be difficult to resolve. We just need some time. Listen to him. Got it, Don Alberto. This must have been the judge's idea. What? Of course, she's aware she can't do much with such a trivial offense, but she can at least keep me in jail for the next few days. She must have gone to Venezia Jr. or Irena. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the one standing here right now. I just happened to be free today. Making such a swift decision with only just the little information she has, decisive. I still remember her looking so weak when she rushed to my place looking for Bernardo last year. She was a completely different person. Telling me all this won't help. There's nothing to fear if you're truly innocent. Of course, I'll go with you. I'll do my best to aid your investigation. I said in court today I'm simply doing my duty as a citizen of the city. Besides, Saluzzo Vino will not pause operations because of my temporary departure. Dimitri, I'm sure you must be familiar with our work here in Nova Volsini by now, yes? Certainly, Don Alberto. Take care of my wineries for now, manager of Saluzzo Vino. Of course.
Contempt for the law is a crime. The words of my codex will prove their own worth.
Can your eyes keep up?
That's a lot of guys. My poor
Feels fresh
fireworks.
every time when someone gives you losing sight. Gently landing.
"15 enemies already dead." These maps are so short, this event. Seriously.
Happy drinking a beer truck? After charging, deals physical damage to targets and all surrounding units and temporarily lowers max block. Can weaken flames. Not sure how that works, it's beer. Pretty sure it should strengthen them. It's ranged?
Stay calm.
A ranged beer truck. Fascinating. Didn't see that coming.
This gavel of justice is waiting.
I'll heal you.
Your weapons are right at your fingertips. Why wait?
Ever wondered how it feels to float in the air? Feels fresh. Losing sight.
It can be blocked by normal ones though. Fair enough.
Feels fresh.
Last one's very strong.
That's what they say.
Zara's spinning in circles. Doing some donuts. Happy drinking tutorial again, just in case we forgot.
Losing sight.
Thanks to a green heap of the suffering of the deceased. My name hasn't done.
Oh, I don't have a
War.
3 block
A
there.
word
Let's
I've
get
not
her out.
heard in a long, long time.
This show hasn't been enough disappointed yet, my friend.
Clear skies for tuning, rain clouds for Bullied.
I love watching Zara fly around the map. Very, I guess, satisfying. Just enjoyable. November 8th, 6:15 p.m. You sent for me, Don Venezia? Anton has a question for you. Oh, it's Carla. Over here, Carla. Antonio, any cars heading towards Sicilia recently? Passenger routes are operating as usual, although most people are coming in here and not out. Good. Go pack your belongings. You should be able to make the last ride over. I gotcha. What? Antonio, what's the meaning of this? Don't you have a fratello in Sicilia? You can't stay in Nuova Volsini any longer, and can't go back to Montelupe either, so you should go to him. Your negligence has caused us to lose control a whole carload of tires. I gave you a chance. Just greet the dawn at the port. Couldn't even manage that. That old Toulouseau Stronzo even got to meet Papa before you did. Arla, I've already given you the most decent ending possible by letting you leave alive. Take this. A check from a bank with a huge sum written on it. The media associate takes it, stunned. He sees his own name written on the upper left, already crossed out by Antonio. Poor Carla. Call it a settlement fee. Without the Familia's protection, you'll need a lot of money. I've been with the Venezias for more than a decade. I was following the Dawn before you even came here. Can't you just, for his sake? John Venezia. Employees who make mistakes must naturally be punished, yes?
Of course. You're the head of Venezia Trucking. You call the shots. Anton, you didn't inform me about this in advance.
Please don't blame me for this. The police were just here earlier. They wanted to inspect the vehicle factories and service stations under the Venezia name. They said it was just a routine inspection before Carnivale. But the official warrant said it was an impromptu check. I just received news that Alberto was suddenly and temporarily detained for corporate qualification issues. I have no doubt the trial this morning has set our dear Judge Lavinia. She's hoping to control the situation she knows nothing of this way. The situation spiraled out of my control, so I had to deal with Carla like that. It'll be hard to convince the masses otherwise. This year, Venezia Trucking has carefully compiled the new Urban Management Act. The only clue we had proven otherwise was burned to cinders yesterday at the port. Okay. The only person who can affect our business has been dealt with. But then, when Carnivale is over and Lavinia has her hands free, I'm afraid she'll try her best to target us.
How do you plan on handling it?
My original idea was to slowly transform this city. Let it have a set of laws absent in other cities while establishing an underground order the Syracusans are accustomed to. Venezia Trucking business has been smooth sailing. The trick is to follow these two tenets, comply with the new Urban Management Act, but also not. Of course, the other familia are doing the same, but adapting to the rules of the new game is quite difficult. The Venezias can fit perfectly into both sets of laws, and we've been excelling at it. So much so that today we can discard one and switch to the other immediately.
So you want to completely control this city? You've lost yourself, Anton. Don't forget Nuova Volsinia Censora Sicilia's endorsement. She supports the youth's reforms. You're openly defying her authority and turning us against all of Siracusa this way. You're using the entire Familia Venezia as your betting chip.
It sounds like that, yes.
The last one to do that was Bernardo. He only died last year.
Are you afraid of Senora Cecilia? Afraid of the youngsters at City Hall yelling their ideals across the room? You've really gotten old, Papa.
We Venezias hold a most unusual seat in Grey Hall, a hybrid familia, Lupos with no blood ties who left their previous pack, Volpos like Ingrid and Perros like you. The other familia don't think too kindly of us, but we stand here today nonetheless. Our presence here embodies every Venezia's sweat and blood. Our ties run closer than bloodlines, and I want everyone in the familia to have a decent end. But you You want to put us in greater danger. Anton, I think you've forgotten my teachings.
Papa, have I ever mentioned how a Pero like me ended up in Syracuse? I was a soldier serving the true Bolivarians.
I have but a superficial understanding of the situation in Bolivar.
It actually doesn't matter which flag you fight under in Bolivar. You don't have to understand why the three parties are fighting one another. I mean, everyone's just trying to survive by giving it their all. I was in a guerrilla force raiding a village under the Singas dynasty, but we were discovered and the entire squad became captives. 20 of us emptied every pocket and piled our possessions together to bribe the executioner to spare us, change our status from death penalty to hard labor. The officer responsible for driving us was a paunchy aristocrat. He was drunk that day, made a mistake during the review process, and only came to us with a truck big enough to sit just 10 people. The executioner asked him what to do next. Can you guess how that Stronzo replied? He belched from his drink as he whipped out a pen and drew a circle on our list, saying, "There's clearly only 10 people on the list, right?" We killed him, cut off his head, escaped Bolivar, and what happened next, I'm sure you know.
Anton, this is the first time I've heard of.
It's been a long time, I almost forgot about it. Do you know why it suddenly came back to me? I was discussing with our young and promising mayor about building a logistical network in the city. He refused me, and then shared how the city came about and about its mission. A so-called experimental ground with a new order governing people from the old, vastly different from Syracusan tradition. He knew people would have trouble adapting. Irreconcilable conflicts would occur, and the system might even swallow groups of people in the process. But it couldn't be helped. There was a potential future. And all of that happened because 4 young people sat at Grey Hall's round table and lobbied for their ideas so passionately. Senora Cecilia allocated them one of Syracuse's 23 cities without hesitation. A move so cavalier, like that aristocrat who circled half our names away. Papa Leontuzo was indeed quite sincere and inspiring at the time, but I almost lost control. I wanted to burst into laughter. That boy knows nothing at all. You said I lost myself? No, not at all. What I want to do has always been the same. I hate that aristocrat and Senora Cecilia. I hate their power to wantonly draw their circles as I please. I want to take it away from them.
Anton.
All right, Papa. I've said a bit too much today. I'm not here to let you lecture me on decency and dignity, nor am I here to analyze what's going on in Syracuse. My activities this year alone are not enough to land a seat at the gambling table. Papa, don't we have a land ship en route nearby? I'd like the rights to make an emergency dispatch. This is something only Don Venezia could do.
If I refuse, Will the men guarding the door deal with me like how you handled Carla?
Of course not. You're a truly decent man worthy of a dignified end. You're old, Papa. Haven't you always suggested you retire? Yeah, I'm not surprised at all about Anton trying to now overthrow his father. Land ship nearby, though. A Venezia land ship? Do they just have land ships? Scusi, is Arena not here right now? Oh, your honor. Arena is not right here. Everyone went to celebrate her acquittal. That's why. So why aren't you on your way to them? I'm just servicing these trucks, see? Carnivale is tomorrow and we'll need a lot of cars. Someone has to do it. You're lying, signore. When you see her, please let Irena know I need to meet her, even outside of office hours. Got it. Irena here, the schedule table for this year. As you said, I marked all the Venezia trucking related records. Trip times, loading instructions, driver's names, they're all in here. I hope she just is like, hey, Lavinia, here's all the records of their shipping contraband. Have fun. I mean, it'd probably get them killed, but it'd be satisfying. Yep, matches Sommer's notebook. Sommer wanted to bring Guri here. Carmelo was secretly nursing his injuries with alcohol and couldn't get it from us. Gianni and Ruggiero had their own troubles too. Every member of ours they targeted was clearly selected. There aren't many records, but the shipment frequencies is very consistent. That night wasn't the first time they smuggled weapons into the city for sure.
You're right. The judge did come looking for you at the camp.
After she left, some familia associates were tailing her in secret. So, I drove behind her car and came back here only after I saw her enter the courthouse. Good. There's also one more thing. What is it?
I happened to see Saluzzo Vino's legal team hurrying into the courthouse. I asked around, and apparently not long ago the police suddenly showed up at one of the Saluzzo wineries and took Alberto away. Venezia Trucking also got the cops on their door at the same time. The police and judges should be intercepting or inspecting their factories right now.
Lavinia probably doesn't know about the weapons yet, but the car accident and port fire has already sent out a dangerous signal. Leon Tuzo's injured and is still hospitalized even now. As Nuova Volsini's Supreme Justice, she tries her best to get the situation under control. She didn't use a direct method like with us like she did with the other two. She went to the camp to warn us. In other words, an ultimatum.
Oh, wait, what about Lyudmila just said?
Neither Alberto or Venezia Jr. will willingly meet their demise. Lavinia's in danger right now. Those wise guys only followed her without intentions to harm her. We're in Nuova Volsini after all. We got cops patrolling the streets. Besides, they have an even better time slot available. You mean Carnivale? We could let the judge know.
Irena stays still for a long time before shaking her head.
Are you still hesitant to let her know about the truckers' union? But can you really just stand here and watch something happen to her? She's not a bad person, at least. You got it wrong, Lyudmila. It's too late for us now to stay out of it. If the Familia dare makes a direct attempt on Lavinia's life during Carnivale, there's no chance to let the truckers' union go. If that happens, we can only wait for the slaughter to happen. I'm just thinking on what we should do. I don't want something like that. I don't want something like what happened with Summer to happen again. Giving Lavinia a direct warning isn't the best choice here. Lyudmila, did you see the weapons? How many were there? Based on the amount I saw, and the total number of shifts on the schedule, I estimate there is enough Venezia weapons in the city to arm several tactical squads of dozens of people in each. We have more than 200 registered members, but if we include ad hoc staff and contract workers, we'll have several times the number of people. I just realized the Truckers Union is actually the largest organization in Nuova Volsini. Maybe we can manage it, protecting a single person in the dark.
Nice.
Do you really just want to protect the judge? Summer taught me one thing, at least. No one can be trusted in this city but ourselves. So if we can only protect ourselves, then even if that means resorting to violence. When I was in Ursus, I knew someone with similar ideas. She lost herself in the end. You want to stop me? No. What happened with Summer needs a proper ending. But of course, you wouldn't want to see you lose yourself either. Irena, I guarantee you won't cross that final line. I promise you I won't, Lyudmila. I am perfectly aware of what I'm doing.
Sound strategies and outstanding execution. No wonder your operations are so efficient.
Another intermission? I did not calculate for that. It's been a long time since an event had two. Well, I guess we're going to be here longer today. A large truck dispensing beer during Carnivale with corporate backing. Brace yourself for drunken brawls that follow the merriment. Oh, there is part 4 over there. They did not plan out the like background very well based on the fact that we're already in part 4 though. So an intermission, and then level 9, and then probably the ending. But crazy that there's another. But I guess it makes sense because who would be the boss? There's 10 stages? Ain't no way. We still need Lapland to actually do something, so I guess that makes sense. 10 stages? It's been a long time since we've had more than 9. Carnivale Charter. That's it? You people just don't know how to party. It's like Lapland's just an observer. Yeah, but she's an alter. She has to do something. She can't just be a taxi driver. She commissioned a fancy outfit from Lucino. The cinematic they really wanted you to watch multiple times has her, you know, fighting Texas. Surely they weren't lying to us. Yeah, one more pizza delivery, or one more slice pizza delivery. Okay. Also, Naomi has a jacket now? Not really a jacket, but a dress shirt over her bulletproof vest. Actually, that's a good point. Are they bulletproof vests? There's not many bullets they'd have to be worried about. Maybe they're just crossbow-proof vests? I don't know. Yeah, pumpkin pepper, cheese, fries, sausage, supreme devil's pepper, and classic mozzarella. Eat up. Can't work on an empty stomach. This one's yours, Senor Emperor, or should I call you Consultant instead? Not bad. Something chewy crust, nice meaty flavor. You got a card for this pizzeria? I made it myself at the Dockworkers Kitchen. I can write down the recipe for you if you want. No need to be shy, it's the least we can do. If not for your help, we couldn't possibly have fixed all the damaged floats before the parade tonight. His help? What did he help with? I'm just thinking how authentic Syracuse pizza might go over with the Arknights. Maybe Exia could add it to the menu at the ends of the earth. What about that Signore who's singing while working? Should I call him over? Hey, big mouth over here. This will shut you up. Big, oh my goodness. For a second, I thought it was gonna be Big Mouth Mob again, which would have been wild. But it's High Priest instead, which is still surprising. I don't know what's worse, the way you break into song anytime, anywhere, that obnoxious singing voice of yours, or the song itself. I mean, what's that crap? You built that out while clapping together your building blocks in the jungle? Ah, my favorite voice to do. Can't find the energy to work without song. Unlike you, who's just sitting there giving advice, I'm the one who has to put in the work and sweat. You got a reason to do that? I don't. It was your float that got its ass burned off, wasn't it? It was bad enough that it didn't look cool at all, but how could they put me so close to that wolf? Well, all the other floats have their arms and legs stuck back in place. The only one left is the wolf that's just a pile of ash now. If you ask me, it makes more sense to spend the time making the other floats look cooler than rebuilding one float. There are so many floats, who would miss one wolf? Fair enough. No, you can't do that. There are many legends of beasts in Siracusa, but the wolf is special. City Hall has already announced a number of floats, and what they've based on. People will get anxious if one is missing. You know... Hey, Fatso, stop stuffing that pie in my face. Pineapple on pizza. Now that is what I call radical. Do all Syracusan cops have to learn to make pizza? Where'd they get pineapple in Siracusa? Oh no, my papa has a pizzeria in another city, and I used to help out there. We're pretty well known. When I was little, I dreamed about having branches all over Siracusa, even our own dedicated headquarters plate. Maybe you've heard of our ad? Naomi Pizza, one more slice even when you're full. Nope, no. We never had the money to start a second one. Business was good, but no one dares not to pay for their food, but paying our protection fee takes up most of our profit. I came when I heard that Nuova Volsini Police Academy was recruiting. Maybe I'll be able to protect the shop once I become a cop. I know what you want to say. It sounds naive, doesn't it? Being a cop is much harder. And then there's all the trouble that's popped up these past couple of days. Think of it this way. Becoming a cop means you can change your slogan. Naomi Pizza, if it isn't good, you can lock me up. Oh. That reminds me of my Zumama. The young always have such simple goals and such strong motivations. This is all your fault, Fatso. I don't even have time to tell Zumama I was coming here. Ain't many parties worth bringing us together, Big Mouth. Besides, we got serious business to talk about after the party. Anyway, I really appreciate it. We were at our wits' end when you guys offered to help. As for your compensation, I'll put in an application with City Hall as soon as the Carnivale is over. We got our compensation already. Emperor puts another pizza slice in his mouth. We'll see it through to the end. This is good pizza after all. High Priest puts another pizza in his mouth. Gotta admit, it gives me a warm fuzzy feeling to see the wolf burn to ashes. But it don't compare to the anger I feel when a good party gets ruined.
Oh, cruel fate. All the other stalls are busy preparing to make a killing tonight. We're the only ones who have been given a death sentence. I don't care. You're eating all of our losses. That's just not fair. I did what I did with good intentions. I was trying to minimize the losses when the rain hit the other day. By getting the beer cart instead of the food drying in the courtyard out in the open. Mistakes happen. The beer cart is fully enclosed and equipped with a functioning thermostat. Who cares if it gets a little rain on it? But you had to push it back and now you cost me the spot that took so much effort to get. No. No stall, no food. This isn't a Carnivale, it's my funeral. I should have struck the movies. Yes, I had to deal with the mafiosi and all who all fancy themselves movie makers, but at least I got to make a living. I shouldn't have listened to all your tall tales and come here. You again. Oh my gosh, it's Agnir. Sleeping. You still here? Did you fall asleep in the spot of that ice cream? Father? Father! I really should take a photo of you right now.
So what's stopping you? I'll pay if it looks good.
Huh?
You said photo, right?
Yeah.
Today is the biggest day of Nuova Volsini. Everyone will show up fully dressed. Masks, costumes, and massive, mysterious floats. Definitely something I would want to take a few photos of. For the memories. But I can't stop for something like that, not when the parade keeps rolling. Wouldn't it be great if there was a professional photographer who could do it in my stead? Besides, it's better business than competing with everyone else selling beer and ice cream. And to tell you the truth, your ice cream isn't that competitive. Not sweet enough.
You heard the father? What are you standing around for? What's happening now? Go on and get the camera, and don't forget to buy a few more rolls of film. Thank you. Can't have two furs in one tail. Looks like this guy and I just don't match.
Problems always float to the surface, and there are always ways to deal with them.
I don't think there's a church in this town. Where did you come from, father?
Montelupe.
The capital. Did you come all this way for a Carnivale? Oh, Montelupe is the capital. I didn't realize that.
Oh, an old friend asked me to see what it's all about.
It's been a long time since Siracusa has had something this big, after all. Like Latanian's Empress's celebration, which takes place every year and involves the entire country, and it just gets bigger every year.
Wait until you guys see what happens later on. Yes, it's been a long time since Syracuse has had something this big. I hope it doesn't rain. It would make it so much harder to keep the peace.
Actually, it's November, isn't it? So it's already happened. Villingstrom happened in September, didn't it?
What are you doing, Senora Venezia?
You're not using this cloth anymore, right? Picked it out of the discard pile, just right for wiping my blade.
I could get a piece of softer cotton cloth for you.
No need for that.
There will be festivities on every street tonight. There is no need for you to stay at Taylor de Montano.
I promised Vargo to solve your problem.
You found Lucino and accompanied me to the Villa of Venezia to bring him back. You've already helped me so much, thank you.
There's no need to thank me, Umberto. You saved Lucino yourself by convincing Venezia Senior to not pursue the matter any further. Is he still shutting himself in the room? I haven't seen him. Don't tell me he's ran away again.
If he runs away, just let him. So much has happened over the past couple of days, and he's still young. He needs time to process things. Perhaps I've been too strict.
Maybe he's just struggling with how to view you. His own grandfather, an old tailor, and one of the terror of Syracusan dons.
Well, that's not important. What's important is now he views himself after he stood at death's door and learned about all these things in the past. He needs to figure it out. I don't have that much time left. Well, Signora Venezia, I bid you adieu, or adio, wrong language. You already know, don't you?
What?
The culprit who hurt your daughter.
And why would you say that?
Did you forget I was once a killer too, Signora Venezia? Your weapon is sharp. It needs honing. No honing. Needs no honing, and you are not in the habit of doing so. When a killer starts polishing their blade, they're either planning to put it away forever or planning to put it in someone.
Fair point. More conjecture than proof at this point, but at least I have something. That's why I said you don't have to thank me.
You came to Nuova Volsini and stayed here at De Montano to learn about the truth. Who planned the assassination? Who hurt Signorina Lisa? This was your agreement with Vargo, but if you have learned the answer, there's no reason to continue it. Besides, I don't have any troubles left to deal with.
The game is not over yet. The Fangs are still in the city. I've crossed blades with them. They may be young, but they fight well. If I could find them, they can find you. You're old and frail, Umberto. There can be only one end.
It's an end that already looms large. There's nothing you can do. Tonight, at least, I wish to be alone and have a moment of quiet to myself.
November 9th, 4 p.m. Seems to me that was all implying that Umberto's the one who harmed Elisa. Which would explain why Vargo knows that in the first place. Yeah, alright, we'll be going. Hey, new face? Where's the old dispatcher? Shift change. Shift changed half an hour ago. He's probably in rehearsal right now. Ah. Didn't you know he used to be a saxist at the Teatro di Milano? They recruited him for the parade. I see. He's keeping you in the dark so he can show off tomorrow when his face is in the newspaper. Dronzo. So you're on duty tonight? Yep, I'm the new guy. On the bright side, the harbor is going to be rather quiet because of all the festivities. I'll turn up the radio and feel the festive spirit from here. I would go now if I were you. If you want to get a good place in the procession. Alright, I'll be seeing you. Phew. You almost let it slip. How about you do it then? Hey, I don't got the acting experience. You're the one who's an extra in the mayor's promotional video. Ain't the same thing. I was just being myself in the promo, and we could always do another take. Screw up just now, and all of Antonio's plans would have been blown. This is an important night for you, for me, for all of Venezia. Once the city is firmly under our control, Antonio will be as good as his word. He'll support you in, what's the wording, restoring the glory of Sicilia? I just hope I don't end up like Carla. What about our musicista? Playing his saxophone in hell, in that container over there, we'll deal with the body once the dust settles. You at the dispatch station, then. Don't worry. Every vehicle that goes in and out of the port has to go through special checks. Venezia Trucking's trucks have been added to the list. The nomadic city's position system has been turned off, with the exception of a single encrypted channel. Other than the Familia's landship, no vehicles will approach the city tonight. How they managed to do that? The rest of the boys are outside. Once the landship approaches the city and starts docking, everybody in Nuova Volsini Port who ain't part of this is gonna disappear. What about Antonio? You would think the boss needs us to worry about him. A few hours left. Enjoy the night, Nuova Volsini. Enjoy the true Carnivale. Bit trite for an opening speech, don't you think? Ah! The voice came from above. The white wolf looks down at them from atop a crane, amusement on her face, surprise and shock on theirs. She frowns like a listener who can no longer tolerate the performance. Who are you? Have you been here this whole time? Do her in, Gambino. Gotcha. Oh, I thought you said it was trite, but you're clapping. Like how Gambino and Capone apparently just can't help but work for Lapland. Truly the most loyal goons. You just gave me my first twist, didn't you? You know, I was kind of hoping you'd try to, how did he put it, do me in. I wanted to, but I ain't about to do something doomed to fail. Fair enough. Where's your little friend? Capone, helping Venezia Jr. with some other stuff. Sicilian's been busy, eh? What do you want, Lapland? We've done enough for you. I can't. So he did that on pure instinct. He actually hasn't even talked to her about this. He saw Lapland and knew immediately. He has to take out the other guy. I mean, Venezia Jr. has put everything the Familia's built over the past year into this. At this point, even if you want to sabotage it, there's not much I can do to help. You still think you know me, Gambino? Why should I make things hard for an old, friend? Just do the job that your boss told you to. What he's trying to do doesn't conflict with what I'm trying to do, and maybe I'm even trying to help him. It's Carnivale, after all. The night when all the wonderful dreams we have about this city come true. And that's why you didn't even need to kill this guy on the ground. Oops. You really shouldn't be so eager to prove that you're a villain. No wonder Capone's are racking up citizen points much faster than you.
What else do you want me to do?
I dropped something at the Via Venezia. Bring it to me.
What is it?
A gift box.
You mean the one with the little tailor was,
Uh-huh. And get me a bunch of ribbons, balloons, spotlights, that kind of stuff. Hurry!
Part 5, Il Lungo Carnivale. The Long Carnival. Oh, I like how they actually translate Carnivale. The Long Carnivale. The Long Carnival, yes. We're already in Part 5. It's a shame the background didn't... They should have made the picture smaller or something. It would have been nice to have it sync up properly. I don't even see how we're going to even see Part 5, but... The wolf and the pack. The wolf and the pack are one. Oh, another new one. Oh, wow. No, those are too far out. You do that one. Oh, I mean, that fills up the whole thing. I don't even need the final slot. I guess I'll try chili just to see. I enjoy it. They've done it, I think, like twice or maybe 3 times when Lapland shows up. They like the music switches to like the Il Kusano main theme. It works really well. Once upon a time, there was a strange pink nightmare that roamed the Wild West. Its hide was black charcoal, its hair charred clouds, its horns twisted briar. Many were deceived by its beautiful mask, mesmerized by its sweet scent, falling into deep dreams, becoming its nourishment. The nightmare targeted Lupo children, once alluring thousands of children away from a city in a single night. My goodness. But the wise Syracusans came up with a way to fight the terrible pink nightmare. The nightmare was afraid of wolves. When it saw it, you would simply cry wolf 3 times, and the nightmare would disappear without a trace. Dolly here. Did Dolly lure thousands of children away? What was Dolly's voice? Oh gosh. Did not plan for Dolly. Let me pull it up. See. I'm assuming this is Dolly, so I heard that pop sound. Let's see. All right, that's not the voice I thought. That is quite enough. I can't listen to any more of this. No need to get excited, Dolly. The musician isn't wrong. That's what Syracusan legend says about sheep. If you're not happy about it, you could always jump on top of his head from your sheep float. After all, no one would be surprised about anything that happens tonight, no matter how out of the world it is. Look, I just like getting chased by wolves. Playing hide and seek with them as one of the few hobbies I had during my time in Syracusa. How could they twist that story like that? Blasphemy, I say, blasphemy! That ain't the word I'd pick for it. Stop throwing cold water on our fun. How would the Syracusans see you, Emperor? Tell him about the black-robed singer, Big Mouth. Well, once upon a time, there was a mafia don who loathed music and banned it in his city, until a penguin singer dressed in black robe arrived many years later. When he started singing at the town square, the citizens, having no concept of music, found it too noisy and tried to catch the singer and hand him over to the don. But the singer was too quick and slippery, even for the most athletic young man. He continued to sing as more and more people joined the chase, which eventually turned into a great dance and engulfed the entire city. The singer sang for 3 days and 3 nights until the furious Don had enough and came to catch him personally. The Don was caught in the revelry as soon as he walked out the door and was never seen again. Why does the Emperor get to sound like a brave, clever hero when he's not even half as wise as I am? It ain't about the wisdom. It's about Graf Penguin's attitude towards music, freedom, and struggle. You never did listen to the albums I signed for you, did you? Can't believe it. Let's go. We're getting in the way. Plays excitedly, the musicians. Look, it's the guys we fight. That's fun. Juggles excitedly, the acrobats. The musicians play even harder. The acrobat shows off his skills. Achille, where's my Achille? Did you just realize you've just been walking with a stranger for half an hour, Signora? Oh, I recognize your voice. You're that judge from Tourney. I'm so sorry. The Laika familia made me lie in court. Cap's mask. All water under the bridge, Signora. Remember the rules of the Carnivale. Look around at the sea of smiles around you. Look. Fool and king, queen and priest, all are the same in their masks. Forget the scores of the past and let's toast to the future of Nuova Volsini. Those trucks are big. That's a big truck. The crowd passes by the three aristocrats of beasts as Dolly's clones meander through the sea of people. All can see them. No one shows any surprise. In this ocean of revelry, not a single sea spray feels out of place. A dozen massive floats form an orderly row, carrying the visage of wolf, sheep, penguin, cat, dog, legendary beasts that have come together in this city to lead the procession. The streets are brimming, nay, overflowing with plays and improvised performances. Musicians and acrobats seem locked in a competition to outdo one another, forcing food cart owners to raise their voices even higher to peddle beer, pizza, and ice cream. This is even more exciting than an active volcano. Better than the old Carnivale. Even Fatso didn't enjoy that kind of party. Please don't dirty the word party by using it on a mafia mass murder fest. One tree don't bear two fruits. The Syracusans are just like those wolves. Thousands of years ago, we left the wolves out of our parties because those dumbass pups don't know nothing about fighting and killing. So they came up with their own game. Luckily, the Syracusans are smarter, and they decided that there's things worth celebrating besides them killing and fighting for territory. As for the wolves that don't know how to change, they sense the same thing that we do. They know something is not right. We're kindred, after all. There are certain things that we need to talk about. I've met the ones that are less stupid, but they won't listen to anyone until their stupid game is done. Well, they got this saying in Yin, and it basically means, when in Londinium, do as the Londoners do. Now, if this is a party, and the Syracusans better not let me down. November 9th, 9:25 p.m. Wind brushes past Dimitri's cheeks. The windows of the ward were closed when he left yesterday, and Lavinia had instructed the nurse to keep a close eye on the temperature in this autumn season, but he sees only an empty bed when he looks up. It's been a while, Dimitri. I'm sorry, Signor Benlone. This man insisted on coming in. I tried calling City Hall and the courts to reach Judge Lavinia, but I couldn't get through. It's okay. You can leave. When did you wake up? The bright light illuminates the skies and shines upon the hospital ward. The noise of the crowd can be clearly heard through the window. Leon Tuzo stands next to the window, gazing down at the city in revelry. He has changed out of his patient clothes. and there is no hint that he was in a coma not so long ago.
A few hours ago. You know, I thought that we were meeting up in a restaurant, not a hospital.
Good. You still remember what you were doing before the accident. Looks like you didn't damage your brain. You sure didn't lose any time to get dressed as soon as you woke up. Don't tell me you plan on attending the festivities. Surely the nurse told you that you need to lie down and get some rest. You're still wrapped in bandages underneath those clothes, aren't you?
Just a little lightheaded. Got some pills for it. I feel much better now. Hundreds of thousands of citizens will be on the streets tonight, celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Nuova Volsini. The original plan calls for the parade to start from the expansion plate, travel through 23 streets across 9 plates, where it will be joined by various festivities. At midnight, they will arrive at Court Square, where I will address the crowd and welcome the new day together with them.
City Hall has contingency plans. Your inauguration can surely wait until you're in better shape.
Do you recall what... Or do you really think that, Dimitri?
Leon Tuzo turns around.
Lavinia has yet to announce the cancellation of the speech. I don't think it's because she forgot to. I have a rough idea of what's been going on these few days. The car accident at the Port District, then the fire at Nuova Volsini Port. What will the citizens think if the mayor misses tonight's scheduled event? If Carnivale concludes without a hitch, then the worst thing that comes out of my absence, then I lost a few approval points. But if there is something hidden under the bright lights outside the window, I need to be at the scene. Let's reschedule our dinner to another day.
Today. The Carnivale has begun. The whole city is busy. Didn't you hear the doctor? Neither City Hall nor the courts will answer phone calls. I'm afraid they have their hands full right now. I brought some people with me. We can escort you to the scene. You don't have a choice, Leon.
If you know what's been happening these past few days, then you have at least an inkling.
Oh yeah, it's still Dimitri, right? If you know what's been happening the last few days, then you have at least an inkling of what's going on between me and Saluzzo. But you didn't bring it up. I have some things I have to tell you. Today's the chance. Leon Tuzo gazes at his old friend. The threat in Dimitri's words are thinly veiled. After a brief moment of silence, Leon Tuzo extends his hand.
I'll be counting on you then, Dimitri.
Just like old times. How are you feeling, Grandma? You're lost, my child. I was looking for the last true wolf. I wasted too much time. Easy, my child. It's not your fault. Grandma has taught you how to tell the scent of a true wolf's pelt. But the last true wolf is clever. He is a weaver of pelts, hiding his scent perfectly. He is a... tailor. Grandma guides me. I will find the true wolf. Wait for me, Grandma. De Montona. What is that word? We. Another curse, another swear. a lot of new swear words this event. Time zone, Extivius. How's the day been? It's always a good day with Arknights. Oh, wait. What is it, Lyudmila? Red Hood. That one again, where? The alley up ahead. I could recognize her from a mile away. Man, we were just taking a minute to change the tires and you run into her again? Yeah. You be like that. You want to go after her? Or? Let's get back on the truck. Irena's waiting for us. I left Sommer at the accident scene last time in order to go after her, which just seemed to lead to all this crazy shit. You know what's funny? I keep running into bad luck just like I keep running into her. It's like a curse I couldn't shake. It's a brutal pack of wolves that we're facing today, and I've seen what they're capable of. That's why I need to be with you guys this time. Well, nothing to be ashamed of. The bastard taunted you when you tried to take revenge and killed your mentor. You're way calmer than I could be if I was in your shoes. You know what? Once we get all this crap out of the way tonight, we'll come with you to find her, beat her up, and tie her up in the back of our truck so that she gets to know what dust tastes like. Nobody messes with our Ragazza Fortunata. Finished writing your own story? Congrats. Well, let's get going. Damn it, boss, this place was hard to find. Our guides are in position, but are you sure you don't want to be on scene at a time like this? Come look. Court Square? Man, this house is so close to Court Square. I took so many turns my way here that I thought I ended up in another district. Hell, I could see the posters on the courthouse windows. Well concealed, but offers a perfect view of the square and the surrounding streets. I'll be giving orders in real time from right here until the dust settles. How did you get your hands on such prime real estate in such a short time? It has been under my name for a long time. I bought it as soon as it came to Nuova Volsini. I came here from time to time when I wanted some time off. To stare at the courthouse and city hall? How are things with the old man? No problems, the estate's crowded, and they've got enough whiskey, cigars, and classic records to keep them busy all night. The port. Gambino got everything set up. Our landship is the only thing that's coming to the city tonight. It's almost time, come to think of it. While our vehicles are being deployed at the Nuovo Volsini port, the goods will be delivered to every associate of the Familia once the landship is docked. Then it's up to us. Where's the parade procession? The new art district, where all the theaters and entertainment establishments are, does a lot of performances on the street and activities for visitors to interact with the floats. At least an hour until it gets there, or here. We have a small number of select Familia associates nearby, equipped with the weapons that we had smuggled in. The square is undermanned, with most of the police keeping order along the parade route. Suppress the courthouse and other administrative buildings quickly and efficiently. With the port and the courthouse in our hands, and the supplies from the landship Familia Venezia will become the de facto rulers of Nuovo Volsini. It's time for Nuovo Volsini to wake up from revelry. I just thought of something. City Hall is planned called for the parade to be welcomed to the square by Leon Tuzo's inaugural speech, where he's gonna talk about stuff like the New Order and Syracusa's future, whatever. You're gonna say something too when they're welcomed by fully armed associates of the Familia Venezia? There's no need, Capone. If you need to think about something, think about whether you still remember how we use a weapon after all the time you spent working at a vehicle company. Oh, good. I know your history, Capone. The Sicilians started the first city-state war in the history of Syracusa. You looted through the city, pointing your weapons at all who would resist or speak up, and harvested the tails of the vanished with sickles. That was Syracusa's first Carnivale, even though the name came later. This is your chance to prove that the history of Syracusa began with you, Sicilian. Well, that sort of talk is better for Gambino. He's the one who could never stop talking about Sicilians. Lungmen, Volsini, Nuova Volsini. We've gone from place to place to another. Over the years, the Sicilians fell on hard times after Signora Cecilia abandoned her familia. Which is why I've never forgotten how to pull a trigger. Good, good. Do it. Gotta point out, because I've been thinking about it for a while, and that conversation specifically had a lot. But the writing in this event, I don't know why, but they really love saying the city's name. Instead of just saying city, or port, or police, or anything else, they just always have to say the full name of the city. It's a mouthful. I don't know why they don't just say city. Happy Carnivale, signore. Have a balloon. Oh, thanks. Hey, wait a minute. Is the parade here already? I thought I would hear from the folks at the earlier stops. You're... slower on the uptick than I thought. What did you think was gonna happen? This ain't Senor Mayor's promotional video, where we go to the ground as soon as a cop tags us. They've been on the job for, what, 1 year? There is no Familia in Nuova Volsini. Do you think they've had the skill or the guts to put their head on the line when all they do is issue traffic tickets? Left side of the square is clear. Right side, same here. The roads that connect the courthouse and the administrative building is secure. No survivors. Caught a few paper pushers as they were coming out. Damn one got away and went back to the courthouse. Alright, no complaining. It's time, do it. What time is it, Texas? 11. Here's your whiskey with ice. Thanks. You've been looking at these route maps over and over again, Lavinia. Take a break. The area around the square has been cleared of all non-relevant personnel. Traffic controls in effect around the new art district at the courthouse. All that's left is to wait for the procession. What is your decision? You're not concerned that it would cause a panic if the last Texas who makes the midnight speech rather than acting mayor as originally planned? No, I'm not. Every float tonight is themed after a legendary beast, however mysterious or cruel, and many citizens have put on masks to blaze a wolf back. A beast or man, we will walk together tonight in Nuova Volsini. I can think of nothing more appropriate as for the Carnivales and having the last Texas give a speech to the citizens about a better future. But I can think of no one else who would take Leon Tudo's place as guest of honor. Alright, let me see that draft again. Yeah, I'm sorry, Texas, but I need to prepare for all possible contingencies. You've looked on edge since you came back to the truckers' camp. I have done what I could in the time that I had, but the threat hasn't been eliminated tonight. Oh jeez, she got beat up. Judge Lavinia! What is the matter? Is that blood on your clothes? A large group of suddenly showed up. In the square they took out the police. Who was they? I couldn't tell. They were all dressed up in costumes and wearing carnival masks. But they looked like they're ready to charge into the courthouse. Get your wounds treated. I'll check it out. No, Judge Lavinia, they're all over the square. If you go out now... If that is the case, then hiding here won't do any good. I'm with you. Good. Stay here, Lavinia. I'll deal with what's going on outside. Irina. It's all wise guys. They want this building and the Supreme Justice, you. I'm here to protect you. Protect me? How? What the? Lavinia rushes to the window. The pack of beasts that had laid dormant in the darkness begin their hunt. Elaborately dressed masked figures emerge from the alleys and approach the courthouse in orderly formation, quickly making their way through the police lines. And no further. A truck appears out of nowhere, coming to a screeching stop in their path. The police barricade that is sent flying makes a dull sound as it hits the ground. Then, a second and third, as a truck after truck barge into the square. Demonstrating surprising coordination, they form a tight line between the oncoming crowd and the courthouse, stopping it in its tracks like a dam stops the tide. Heck yeah. They won't go near the courthouse for a while. I feel like I've seen this before. Perhaps you've seen City Hall's promotional video for Signor Bellone. Insurgent mafiosi block off the courthouse with trucks, creating an area in the city where the police cannot reach, allowing them to exact wanton violence. That was the inspiration. I wouldn't have thought of it if it wasn't part of the shoot. Irina closes the window. Time is short, Lavinia. There is much that we need to resolve.
blocks the way, I will burn through.
Quick pause for a second. Quick minute break. Be right back. Alrighty. Next arc is going to be about Lapland Altar. There you go.
The shadows are trembling.
A new challenge.
I see, okay. Wonder if we'll get balloons this time. We don't really have a lot of balloons.
Your lives are mine to protect.
Feels fresh. Come on, let's pick up the pace.
This gavel of justice is waiting. Spero che siate pronti.
No need to cover up. If secrets go public, then everybody's in the game. Any instructions? Come on, let's pick up the pace.
Oh. Alright. Alright.
War. A word I've not heard.
They just
in a
ran right for the goal.
long
Didn't realize that.
No disappointment, my friends. I wasn't supposed to go the mountains when summer
Crimes be punished through methods outside of
Ah, losing sight.
and judgment.
There's the balloons. Goodness gracious.
Let me create a diversion.
what's the law? The law is a means, not an end.
Wasn't prepared for them.
Any instructions? Come on, let's pick up the pace.
I wasn't supposed to clear skies for two.
There's no such thing.
But I knew who you were right away.
I'm prepared to unmask the firelight. Mission accomplished.
How good is Crown Slayer? She's mostly utility, so she's not. I don't think she's like super damage dealing. Obviously, she's a welfare op, so they're usually pretty middle of the ground. Barring a few cases, like two ones that are like not middle of the ground. Okay. Yeah, PC client will be nice. What is this? A list of people who have been coercing drivers to smuggle contraband into the city, compiled from the truckers' testimonies. It is the same people behind the accident that night, the fire of the Nuova Volsini port, and the insurrection on the square that has happened right now, the Mafia. Oh, okay. Well, she's lying about that, but okay. The fire was actually the Milla, and the accident was an accident, but okay. Guess I won't defend the Mafia, but... I see. You should have told me about the things that happened at the Truckers Union. I went to the camp yesterday, but didn't find you. Too late for that now, Your Honor. The important thing, right now, is how to put these people on trial. A trial? They want to take over the courthouse and eliminate their greatest threat before Carnivale is done. First, Senor Leontuzo, then you, Judge Lavinia. They are no longer citizens of Nuova Volsini. They have violated everything that the new Urban Management Act stands for. The evidence is right before you. The drivers are the witnesses. Signorina Texas here belongs neither to the government, the Familia, nor the Truckers Union. She is eminently qualified to be the jury. And you are the Supreme Justice of Nuova Volsini. The conditions have been met for emergency judicial procedures. Did I get the term right? Under extreme circumstances, the courts may, when the basic conditions have been fulfilled, try persons who present a significant risk to the public security of Nuova Volsini in absentia. The most important matter at hand is to bring the situation under control, to ensure the safety of the citizens and the smooth progress of the Carnivale. That's what I'm here for, Your Honor. Deliver your judgment and the Truckers Union will carry it out. Is that so? Is this list of names that you gave me? It's a little too detailed, Irina. Venezia, Saluzzo, Medici, Leotti, Genovese. Are all of these familia on the ground on the square outside? Nobody on this list is innocent, Your Honor. If emergency judicial procedures are activated, once I sign this verdict, everyone on this list becomes an outlaw under the new Urban Management Act. By law, anyone may apprehend, even execute them at their own discretion, without legal consequence. The present situation is not enough for me to justify such a measure. But they're here for you, Lavinia, and they're not coming with good intentions. That may be true, Irina, but what intentions are you coming here with? Why have you surrounded the courthouse with all of these trucks? Is it to protect a friend or to take an opportunity to solve all the problems you're facing? When you came to the camp yesterday, I was trying to find Sommer's body. Thank you for remembering him. Yes, he's dead. I mobilized a lot of people, but we never found his body. I don't know who killed him, but I know he or she is out there in the darkness below. It's not any one man or woman who killed him. It's a shadow that has always hung over our heads, one that has continued to stalk us, even after coming to this new city. I want the murderers to get the punishment they deserve. I want to protect the rest of them and prevent the same fate from befalling anyone else. That's my intention, Your Honor.
I should go. They're not used to this kind of stuff. I got to be by their side. I know it's a lot to take in all at once, and you need time to process. I'll make sure you're not disturbed. But don't take too long. What's going on? An ambush? Did City Hall know about our plans? I saw their leader go into the courthouse. She must have gone to see the judge. What you scared of? It's trucks, not tanks. The government's so scared they hired a bunch of truckers. Fight them. We're going in. Hey, Reina, what do we do? Give her some time. Signore e Signori, I know who you are, and I know what you're planning. I suggest you go no further. It's quite the scene. I never imagined that there would be a festival in Siracusa like this, where everybody is part of it. It's because of this city belongs to all of them. Tell me, Leon, in those grand dreams of yours, how many cities like this will there be in Siracusa? You're quiet. That's not like you.
Just thinking about whether I should give you an actual figure or just say all of Siracusa. If Nuova Volsini is the only place where this legal system, this new order without the Familia, exists, then it would be nothing but a lonely island in the ocean. This is something that Lavinia and I have taken to heart. One lonely island in a swamp matters little. Before that, though, I must demonstrate to Senora Cecilia that this is possible in Siracusa.
How many people, how many things will you leave behind in the process? You haven't changed a bit, Leon. You're firm, unwavering, very talkative when you talk about your dreams. But I'm not interested in engaging in a philosophical debate about the future of Siracusa with you here. In the past few months, City Hall's rejected all applications by businesses associated with the Bologna. You're behind it, aren't you?
I won't deny it.
I can understand why you did it. You wanted to separate yourself from the past to demonstrate the purity of City Hall. Who's the one who hasn't let the Familia go? You remember how some associates of the Familia chose to stay 1 year ago, even after most left because of what the old man did? What you don't know is that we discussed where we would go from there. There was a unanimous agreement from the remaining associates to keep the Bologna name. Even if the name put a target on our backs, for the other Familia, for all our enemies, and gave us trouble after trouble, even if it forced us to seek out new opportunities in Nuova Volsini, they don't regret it. They had lived together, fought together, and bled together under the Bologna name, carved out our own bit of turf together, earned the respect of everyone together. Not even the betrayal of the Don and his heir could shake this sense of belonging. You and the Don wanted to go away with the old and bring in the new, to change this country from the foundation. How admirable, how determined. But isn't it a little cruel? If there is no room in your great ambitions for the Fratelli who have had your back all this time, who had gone through hell and high water with you? Why respect you, Leon? or they respect you, Leon, but they are also disappointed. Yes, disappointed, you knew. How could you? Or how cold of you, Leon Tuzo? If Nuova Volsini rejects purely because the mayor was once the heir of Bologna, because of the potential backlash that permitting the entry of Bologna business may bring, the problem can be solved by taking you out of the equation. You are not in a place nearby. You men are, I can't read. You men are in a place nearby. The reveling crowd pays no heed to us. It's not hard for you. Barely any inconvenience. I said a year ago that I am responsible for those left behind. I had intended to tell you this that night at the restaurant. I've had to push it back a few days. I didn't have anything to do with your accident, Senor Mayor. But I will not hesitate to get you out of our way if you become an obstacle for us. I believe it. You were never the joking type. So, is it fair if he bends the rules to make them hard on them on purpose? Well, they are the Mafia. Also, I'm not sure he's bending the rules, he's just denying their application. What's that sound? Even bigger, an even bigger float. Did the City Hall plan a surprise for the parade? Like, I don't feel bad for them. They are the Mafia. I don't know how many of you are skulking out there tonight, but I can tell you pretty much every driver from the guild is here, be it full members or temporary contractors. Ah, strength in numbers, she says. What's next? You'll whip out a spanner from the trunk of your something? I'll tell you what, get out of my sight right this instant, all of you, and I'll pretend I didn't see you tonight. I never thought we could stop you through strength of numbers alone. A bunch of hullers who could be hardly hold their own in a drunken brawl, much less fight to the death. Life's already hard enough. There's too much in life that we have to give up. You've proven one thing, the Familia will never be given a second thought about us. Not now, not then, not now, not ever. Continue to cower, and all will continue to see is blood. Our own, our friends, our families. It's been a full 10 minutes. Can you reach Gambino? No, I ain't getting through at all. Something's not right. The land ship should have reached the rendezvous point and made port, and the convoy should have been on their way already, but there's no movement at the docks at all. Are you gonna listen to that driver talk until morning, Capone?
They're just a bunch of haulers, Antonio. Are you sure?
They're in the way, Capone. What's going on? Feels like the whole plate is shaking. It came from the direction of the port. Hey, that way.
That's a land ship, right?
A balloon escapes the thread that bound it and rises into the air for a dozen seconds until it comes to an abrupt end when it meets the corner at the top of a massive object. It is a custom-built cargo land ship. A massive vehicle that travels from city to city, its enormous resilient hull able to protect massive amounts of cargo from catastrophes and hazardous terrain. It's not an object that one would expect to see inside a city. How'd they get it onto the city? But it has forced its way into the Nuova Volsini by brute force, its tracks crushing the ground underneath it, sending gravel flying. It tears buildings apart like paper as it brushes past them, and the resulting rubble falls from the sky like a rain of stone. Alright, Lapland. Just destroying the city. That's a bit excessive. It shows no sign of stopping even as it enters the square, casually brushing aside the trucks that surround the courthouse, while mafioso and truck drivers alike scatter, fleeing for their lives. Finally, slowly the landship comes to a rumbling halt. That was when they noticed that there are ribbons and balloons all over its behemoth of steel. Meant to roam the wilderness, it is here for the festival. Ciao. Why so serious, wolf pups? It's Carnivale, a time to celebrate and party. Be it admonishment or taunt, all could hear the voice coming from the deck of the landship. The white wolf removes her mask. No one can take their eyes off her. Beams from spotlights sweep away the darkness around her. The tactful night breeze brushes open the bright red on her shoulder. The best tailor in Siracusa has weaved roses and blood into the dress of a white wolf, equally at home on stage or in the wilds. Seemingly satisfied at the reaction of the audience of mafioso and truck drivers, Lapland delivers her brightest smile and takes a graceful bow. Shall we dance? Fall behind, lose your tail. Why? Well, why are you standing there like a bunch of statues? The least you could do is blow a kiss or two. This is the final stop of the Night of Wonders. What are you doing if you're not welcoming the parade with the greatest show of them all? Oh, I see. Most of you are still empty-handed. My bad. My bad. A game has got to be fair, and a performance has got to be grand. Thankfully, someone has prepared the props ahead of time. Music begins to play and Lapland puts her foot forward to the rhythm, acting like she owns the place. She kicks box after box off the deck. All the while, she never stops talking. The boxes break apart in midair, sending their contents scattered across the plaza. Arts units, guns, staves, crossbows, orange-inium explosives. It is a rain of weapons that falls everywhere. All one has to do is stretch out their hand to pick up the raindrops. Don't be shy, don't be shy. It's what you've been waiting for, what you've been looking for, isn't it? No rush, no hurry. There's plenty for everybody. The night is young, Nuova Volsini. The White Wolf of Saluzzo has hijacked our land ship.
Is this Alberto's doing? No, the use of the land ship was a last-minute decision. Alberto hasn't shown any sign of intervening other than the two of us butting heads on the matter of the Truckers' Union. What is that Lapland thinking? She's not doing this just for fun, is she?
Yes.
Still can't get through to Gambino. You better pray he's still alive. No need to be anxious. Lapland just spared us the effort of delivering the weapons to the square. Other than the commotion being a little bigger than expected, things are going largely according to plan. I'm going to the docks. Lapland is just one Lupo. Even if something did happen at the Nuova Volsini port, there will be enough time to deal with it. You take care of things here at the Court Square. Get the guys from adjacent districts to come over towards Court Square. Take inventory and make sure the goods are delivered properly. The city's brain and heart is what's really important. Once that's under control, everything else will fall into place.
You got it. I had the boys clear a path that takes you all the way from the parade and that takes you away from the parade and cops, so that you can get to the port in the shortest amount of time. The route has been sent to your terminal.
I'm on my way. Capone.
Wasn't easy to get you out of the shadows, boss.
Is betrayal a proud Sicilian tradition too? Who are you wagging your tail to? City Hall, Saluzzo, or one of the other familia trying to take advantage of the situation in the city?
Oh, just putting you in touch with somebody who wanted to meet you. Antonio hears footsteps behind him. He turns around and sees the familiar figure at the end of the alley, walking slowly towards him. As for your question, you weren't such a bad boss, you know, temperamental but sharp. I actually felt pretty guilty that when that crazy Lapland came knocking. Glad I don't feel that way now, thanks for that one. The familia got 100 ways to deal with enemies and traitors. Cut their tongues, slit their throats, bury them alive with their families. We're villains through and through, and there ain't much we won't do. But no familia would raise a hand against honest folk who pay their protection money.
What?
Times may change, but there's some rules in Siracusa that never do. I guess when it's all said and done, you're still a Bolivarian, Antonio. That was quick.
You need to get your news faster. I was waiting nearby all this time. Still, thank you.
If you want to thank someone, thank Lapland. Not that I got any clue what she's planning.
If I get the chance.
Need a hand?
You can go. Ingrid.
Texas stands on the roof of one of the administrative buildings. She had come here from the courthouse rooftop. The night wind rustles her clothes. She tries to keep herself pressed against the fence as she moves towards her mark, ignoring the commotion on the ground.
Is that the land ship is registered with Venezia tracking? Is our secretary brought an entire ship's full of weapons? It's no longer a secret. Lapland's actions threaten to cause the situation to spiral out of control. Maybe that's what she wants. Never expect an attention-seeking lone wolf to act rationally. It might not be that Lapland is after this time. Or it's not me that Lapland is after this time. I'm concerned that she might stop at this. Not stop at this. She once said that all of Siracusa is her enemy. Go, Texas. But you'll be by yourself. And not much to do here, trapped at the courthouse. The best we can do is to neutralize potential risks, and as best as we can. Both Venezia and the Truckers' Union are here for me. That's why I must stay. Besides, I can't really move like you do. I don't think Irina intends to do anything to me, for the time being at least. As for Lapland, leave her to me.
The landship's door up. The landship's door up the ground. The square is in mayhem. The courthouse door is blockaded. How will you get to her? Texas suddenly misses her friends at Penguin Logistics. Croissant would bash a path through the chaotic crowd with her shield. Exio would probably come up with something even more outlandish. Texas takes one look at the estimated direction. She takes a deep breath and takes a leap of faith. Claps. What a dramatic entrance, Texas. What, not happy I stole the show? Why would I be when you're so eager to come and see me? Did you break your leg? Do you need a doctor? Well, it's not like a doctor could get here in this mess. Just find a place and sit down. Sit where? You've turned the deck into a stage. Did you seriously get this costume custom made just for this? It's a Carnivale after all. Looks better than what you're wearing, doesn't it? Hey, Gambino. Panting. Ugh. Have you given out all the candy?
There's a little left in the hold.
Go deal that candy thief in the hold. I think he came with you. Leave the front row sheet. That was hard to say. Leave the front row seats for me in Texas. Look, poor child. The box cracked next to him, and a whole box of weapons spilled into his arms. See how he stares with mouth agape? He does not know how it works. The ones in the mask have seen him. He raises the gun in his hand by instinct.
Finally talking, Caesar.
What do you think? It's not just I who didn't want to speak, Agnes Vargo. We were ready to rip your throat out until your little pup showed up. If this is what the Lapland wanted to show us. Only a little better than those colorful streets and flippin' fireworks. Does the human game refer to how those humans still refuse to remove their absurd masks and show their true face? Is this worth all the Signora de Lupa gathering here tonight?
Are you anxious, Caesar?
Well, Vargo is the one who should be anxious right now. Thanks to your help, Red should be paying a visit to the Tailor de Montano as we speak.
I am ashamed of you, Zorro. Ha! Is that an emotion worthy of the Signore de Lupi, Vargo? Besides, you were the one who broke the rules first. You interfered directly in the game. The killer that you had the Higashi dog find attacked the fangs of Caesar and Agnes in public. Huh.
There have been too many irregularities this round. Agnes, Vargo, it is a position shared by more than one kindred. The game itself must be reviewed. But...
The wolves that laid lazily up upon the deck suddenly spring up. With Caesar, the Signore de Lupi surround Vargo and Agnes, shifting and crouching, while bellowing belligerently. If not for the night wind that drowned out the sound of the Signore de Lupi's hunt, those on the ground would have been overwhelmed by terror beyond fathoming.
Well, well, after all these years, we're going back from using our literal fangs.
Shut up, Zorro. The last three fangs have revealed themselves. The Signore de Lupi shall stay here until this round is decided, and shall not intervene in any manner. and any violation shall be exiled from the pack and be punished in the most cruel way for eternity. The pack has spoken.
Let us watch with patience. We will see if the human game is truly so much more interesting as Lapland said.
Vargo.
Didn't anyone tell you that by the rules of Saracusa, sneaking into somebody else's turf gets your legs cut off at the knee? Now get out of those boxes and go sit in the corner.
Lucino? What is he doing here? It's you who should sit down, big guy.
Oh, it's you, the little de Montano tailor. So after I spared your life, you tailed me to the Nuova Volsini port and sneaked onto the land ship? You got talent on this front, I'll give you that.
I wouldn't have known you were, smuggling so much weapons into the city if I didn't. What's Venezia Jr. planning?
What do you think?
Have you any idea how many people will die?
Don't you want to join a familia and become somebody? Never thought about what somebody had to do to get there?
No, is right. As somebody like you keeping order new clothes. Somebody like you keep ordering new clothes because they keep getting soaked in blood. You're no big shot. No, too good for people like you.
If I was you, I'd listen to my no-no, swallow my tears, and learn how to sew buttons.
I won't let you.
Who's gonna stop me? You?
Get back.
Lucino kicks open a plank. Red sewing threads nimbly weave through it, with Lucino holding the end.
Explosives? You learned that from the movies.
All the Orangenium explosives are connected by this thread. All I need to do is pull it, and these weapons will burn to ash.
You know what's gonna burn to ash? You. Or you gave up that dream of becoming a familia somebody. Decided to be a hero who teaches the familia a lesson. Sure, the headlines will all be talking about how the young hero Lucino saved Nuova Volsini. Maybe you'll get a medal from the mayor. You won't be that little tailor anymore. Everyone will tip their hats and when they see you on the streets. That's enough, pup. I don't got time to play what I want to be when I grow up with you.
I don't need that.
What are you talking about?
I cause trouble. I'll deal with it myself. Nobody needs to know. Lucino de Montano won't spend his entire life as a nobody. Maybe I'll never be more than a tailor, but right now I don't think so. I don't like the way you were talking, big guy. Don't look down on tailors. You don't know what we could do with a needle and a thread.
Huh. You know, kid, I'm starting to like you. You remind me of me when I was a pup. Two things was common knowledge by the time I got old enough to know my own name. Cecilia is the oldest familia in Siracusa, and it ain't around no more because of Senora Cecilia. All who tried to curry favors with Senora Cecilia came up empty, and all who tried to revive the familia were banished. The name Sicilian was a big fat joke. But it became my label without my say-so. Just like how everyone calls you Little Tailor. That's why I told myself I was gonna be somebody. All Syracuse is gonna know the name of Gambino Ricci, the Sicilian.
And how'd that go?
It didn't go. If you just want Venezia Jr. to suffer, he's suffering enough right now. This ship ain't under his control. You're barking up the wrong tree, kid. You see that crazy bitch on the deck? Stay clear of her, she's trouble.
You'd think I'd believe. I'm just too young, thought Lucino when it happened. Gambino had been drawing closer and closer. Even worse, Lucino had accidentally snapped the thread in his panic. But there was no explosion, nothing. Everything was obscured by fog. The next instant, he saw Gambino floating in midair, when he finds himself in midair too, falling off the landship and heading straight towards the ground. He seems to hear a faint sigh. Kazo, what is wrong with that white wolf? What is she doing? Form up and pick up the weapons. We have the guys nearby join up here. Get a group to board the landship. It belongs to us. Gotcha. Stop right there. Arena's orders. Nobody gets through. Murda. When will these haulers learn to give up? Well, looks like we won't be disturbed for a while. What's that look on your face? I was expecting more gratitude for exposing a familiar plot to bring violence back to Nuova Vocini. Maybe even a medal. Like this? This is not Samhain, Lungman. In Lungman, Lapland. And those arts units and explosives aren't candies. Hundreds of mafiosi are trying to take over the courthouse and the city hall, and there are many out there in that revelry who want to see things get worse. You know what this means as well as I do. That Familia haven't changed their ways and incited another civil disorder. That Nuova Vocini isn't really any different than from the other 22 nomadic cities in Siracusa. Or that Carnivale is finally living up to its name. There are almost 1,000 truck drivers on this square. The mafiosi are picking up the weapons, and these ordinary folk have to do the same in order to protect themselves. Why did you decide to come from the sky, Texas? Who blocked the courthouse doors? The mafiosi are not the only ones wearing masks on this square. Familia Venezia has been plotting to take over the city with these weapons. You needed to discover their plot. Those drivers needed to protect themselves. And all I did was bring into the open what everybody wanted. You know how much I hate chess players. I prefer to put my foot down on the chessboard. Tonight is Carnivale. It's time to review the progress that this new city has made in the past year. Everyone has the right to express their views and not answer demands about it, don't you think? Candy alone isn't enough to make everybody happy. Look over there. No rush, Texas. I know you have a lot of questions, but why don't we make a bet first? Not interested. I'll take that as a yes. You were always more alert, more vigilant than anyone. You never claimed to have high and lofty ideals, but you have a funny way of ending up whichever side stood for justice, whether in Yen or Siracusa. The time now is 11:30. The parade procession will arrive at Court Square in 15 minutes. Who do you think will fire the first shot? Will hundreds of thousands of Nuovo Vocinians see two groups lining the streets to welcome them to in perfect peace and harmony? Or will they see the streets run with blood and bring this truly Syracusan festival to the climax? I've seen the weather forecast. Clear skies are expected tonight. There will be no rain to wash away the blood.
wounded personnel. Please remain calm. The medical team will get to you.
Well, I'll finish that 3 stars on that level later. Gunshot. The city waits for a gunshot. Even more new stuff. I'm gonna go back to fire. I don't think cold did anything for us. Can I fill this out? Hold on, let's reset this. What is the best way to do this? Hitting that middle one is very difficult. That middle line there. Most of them are... yeah, only these corner ones can really do it. We can do those two. We can do that, but it's pretty much the same outcome. I guess we'll try that. Time to level up Lapland.
Ugh, what a bore.
Are you awake, pup? I don't recall what's sadder,
I don't know what's sadder for Umberto, to slowly waste away from age and illness, or to watch how his pup gets dumber with each generation. How sad and pathetic, humans. The memory is blurry, but Lucino remembers the voice. The night that Umberto brought him back to Taylor de Montano. Sitting on a chair, Lucino looked blankly at the unfamiliar room before him, filled with various fabrics and tools. Umberto was outside talking to someone. Suddenly he turns around, and through the window Lucino thought Umberto was showing him to someone else, but does not see who it is. His grandfather, only living relation. Lucino feels his stomach churn with nervousness. Then he hears a voice mixed with energy and resignation explain, "Shameless human, up to the same old tricks again." Are you, Nono's friend? Friend, teacher, master, employer, client. My relationship with Umberto is not as so easily defined. I'm the master of these wilds, pup, and your grandfather is my fang. A most incompetent one, I might add.
Guess I'm really getting old. No matter how long I sat by the work table, the nights never felt this long. And I would have noticed you coming in. When?
"10 minutes ago."
Do you mind if I keep working while we talked? I was delayed by an old friend's unexpected visit. I must hurry and finish the most important work on this suit. Lucino can take care of the final touch-ups himself.
Why?
Huh?
I smell no scent of wolf from you, even a little bit. Nor have you masked in any unusual way. I was watching, I can tell. Are you really the last true wolf?
True wolf? Ah, you mean the fangs. Yes, you've come to the right place, young one. I observed Umberto for a long time. I watched him serve customers of every kind, casually putting his scissors through some of their throats while taking measurement, without getting a single drop of blood on himself. He was not a warrior like Ingrid, but he was smart and knew how to make the most of who he was. He was also good at disguising himself. He spent most of his time in Taylor de Montano, and he was equally in demand as a tailor as he was an assassin. That's why I chose him. I told him about the Signore de Lupi and the existence of the game.
No, stories were true. You're the wolf from the stories. No wonder he wanted to leave the Familia. He was the Signore de Lupi's chosen, the most special tailor in Siracusa. He sure is very lucid. But did Nono accept your deal?
No fang can reject the Signore de Lupi, but Umberto set a condition.
A condition?
He was not the first fang to try to bargain with the Signore de Lupi. Impertinent fools. I know 100 ways to destroy them and can find someone else to take their place.
What did Nono want to do?
Umberto wanted to raise his pup to adulthood before delivering my victory. His wife had passed away, he said, and his young pup, Luca, was too young to survive without him.
That was it?
That was it, I agreed. The society of humans was no more dangerous than the wilderness, I did not imagine that it would take up so much of his time and energy. I visited the tailor's shop from time to time to make sure he was not deceiving me. That day, Umberto shut down his assassination business, devoting all his time to the sewing machine, fabric, and the young pup as it grew. But his hands were still steady and his eyes still sharp, therefore, I kept my promise. I needed a fang that would not break, not easily distracted prey. I gave him time. I had plenty of it.
Yeah, but Papa
died meaninglessly. I gave Umberto plenty of time to recover from the shock. It may not have been how Umberto planned it, but at least now, he was no longer burdened. And so one night I visited him again, and demanded that he uphold his end of the bargain. My fang once again bargained with me.
Signore de Lupi pauses and glares at the young tailor before him. Do you mean?
He learned that his pup had a pup of its own, the last family he had, and he wanted to raise you to adulthood too before the hunt begins.
Yeah, shameless human up to the same old tricks again. That was you.
This time, I did not assent, but he seems to have forgotten who he was and who I was to him. Every time I pressed him, he babbled something like how life keeps repeating itself, while shamelessly promising that he will hold his end of the bargain.
But Nono was never in good health as long as I could remember.
My fang could hardly defend himself now, much less deliver my victory. The only result of my patience was that he had grown old.
No, actually.
I know he's only ever cared about his shop, the suits he made, and the people he loved. That's why he did those things which he was never made for. Umberto was a fool, and I was wrong about him.
Why are you telling me all this, Signore de Lupi?
All my effort and patience have only earned me an eternity of scorn from the pack for breaking the rules of the game. You are his pup, now you must face punishment.
Punishment?
All your efforts tonight will be futile, whether you are trying to destroy the weapons or destroy the ship. Oh, look down at your chest.
Lucino looks down and sees the front of his jacket has flown open. He must have dropped his button in the chaos.
Whatever you want to become, pup, learn to sew your own buttons first. Now get lost. Go back to Umberto.
How old was Red? That's what I've been thinking about this whole time. Like, maybe fangs can choose their... Maybe the wolves can choose their fangs at different periods? So, like, maybe Vargo chose Umberto and then was waiting for, like, Caesar to find Project Red to choose or something? I don't know. And then once everyone has one, they start the game? I don't know. Because no way was Project Red even a baby. If he chose Umberto, and then Umberto wanted to raise his child, then he raised Luca to adulthood, and Luca had a kid, and then raised Lucino. Like, Project Red would be Lucino's age, which means there was a whole other generation before that. So I don't know how this works. Luna Cub as well is like the same age too, so. You're a terrible actor, Vargo. That mock anger. Were you afraid we would harm that pup?
It was not part of the game.
Have you forgotten the decision of the pack, Vargo? The Signore de Lupi shall stay here until this round is decided, and shall not intervene in any manner or else.
I've already lost, Caesar.
The silvery Signore de Lupi suddenly looks up. He casts his gaze towards the corner of the city, a city engulfed in revelry, the night sky bright as day. No one notices that a certain cloud has dispersed.
A certain cloud.
The wind brings a familiar scent. Red has done her work.
I won't be shameless like Zorro, Caesar. I have gone against the decision of the pack, and I shall accept my punishment.
Are you mourning for your fang?
Just bitter about losing.
I wouldn't have found you without Grandma's help.
Grandma? That's how you call your wolf? I've never thought of them as being particularly kindly. But then Varga must have figured out a long time ago that he was being deceived. That there's a soft heart there underneath the surface.
He won't resist either.
Either.
The last true wolf that I killed didn't resist. She just watched me pierce her chest as she cuddled her limp leg. She sighed and muttered, finally no need to live in fear anymore.
Sounds like death was a relief to her. Well, it's not as if I stood any chance if I tried to resist. Besides, I don't mind this chat going on for a while longer. It would ruin this suit if we started fighting right now. Yeah, almost there. Measure, cut, shape, trim. That's how plain cloth, becomes stylish clothes. There are about 450 steps to a standard Syracussan suit, but it doesn't take as much time as one might think if you go about them step by step, calmly and patiently.
The sound of sewing machine stops. The old tailor trims away the protruding threads, gets up from his chair, and walks by the huntress to hang the new suit on the wall. He sighs, rubs his swollen eyes, and lies down on the sofa in a corner.
Do you mind if I lie down? At this age, I get dizzy whenever I work for an extended period of time.
Grandma was right. True wolves are good at disguising themselves. I do not understand why you don't smell of wolf, but it doesn't change what you are, or what you did to Grandma. You ate Grandma's eyes, arms, and heart. Answer me, true wolf. Why do you engage in such a cruel game?
I see. That's how you understand the game to be like. I take it you asked the last Fang you killed the same question. I don't have an answer either, young one. We're all chosen by fate, by happenstance. Whether it is lies or the truth that accompanies us, however, all of it will converge upon a single end. What will you do when the time comes?
Find the other true wolf who escaped me. Her bow is weak. She is no match for me.
No, what I mean is, what happens when you've killed all the true wolves?
The game ends and Grandma is saved.
And what about you? Where will you go from there? What will you do? Have you been seeking out and killing true wolves all this time?
Waggles ears.
No, I was helping Kaltzit. There are many things at Rose Island that I need to do.
The huntress bows her head.
I have wasted too much time.
The cold glint of a dagger shines out of Red's sleeves. She's been holding it all this time.
You're not afraid, true wolf?
Of course I'm afraid. I always am, whether you're here or not. My health has been in steady decline for a long time. You can't help but be afraid when you know that you don't have much time left. At least I was not like the one you spoke of who spent a long time waiting for death's visit. That's much scarier than death. Come to think of it, I didn't really achieve anything in my life. A killer who racked up a mountain of blood debts, a father who watched his son die, a grandfather who doesn't know how to teach his grandson, and a Fang who never played the game. I was a good tailor. Lucky old man. How many can say that they were doing the work they loved to their deathbed? I'll leave the finishing touch to you, Lucino.
Red does not raise her dagger. She does not need to. The old man on the sofa is no longer breathing, as though he had expended his last bit of strength to finish the suit. Red gazes unblinkingly at the old man's face. She had seen the deaths of many, all of whom died with an expression like a mask on their faces. Even the limp true wolf that was waiting for death had terror on her face, and Red came in, which only changed to relief in her final moments. As for the reunion members in Lungmen Ruins and those who invaded Rhodes Island, their faces were twisted from rage to fear. But the expression on the face of the old man before her never changed from the moment she walked into the Taylor de Montano to this very instant. Red was finally certain that he was not disguising himself. Was the man really who Grandma said he was? Grandma's been lying to you. The true wolf died before the huntress, but not by the huntress's hand. Doubt fills Red's heart. Where will you go from there? What will you do?
I don't understand, Grandma.
"15 minutes until the parade arrives. 11:30 p.m.
Seems like you hate Syracuse even more than I do.
Huh. You think I'm doing this for revenge?
No?
I've already said goodbye to my past Texas. Maybe there wasn't a formal ceremony, but that doesn't make it any less serious. I didn't tell you how I became a taxi driver, did I?
I never asked.
Zaro and I came across this pile of scrap metal in the wilderness.
The two of you got together?
Not many people would interrupt me like this, you know. Yes, he's my lackey now. A few Syracusans came to Nuova Volsini together, but started brawling out in the wilderness for no reason, and the car ended up in front of me. Syracusa invited, so I had to answer, just like you had to return to Volsini last year.
Are you absolutely sure you're not just recalling the plot of a radio program?
Hey, I would be happy to sell the story to a radio station or filmmaker. I think it would make a good road movie. 1 year ago, I was sitting at the table in Grey Hall with you when you won this new nomadic city from the Befana Sicilia.
Befana? Is it an insult?
Befana... Oh, this is a deep cut. Befana is a witch-like old woman who's often depicted as a wooden puppet. Interesting. Who delivers gifts to children. Interesting. You could call me one of the startup investors in this youthful dream of a new Siracusa. Of course, I need to be here at the 1-year anniversary of Nuova Volsini to celebrate with my friends. You know, I think I deserve some gratitude for all the problems I dealt with behind the scenes to make sure the festival proceeds without a hitch.
Like scattering weapons across the square?
Much more than just that.
Such as
my dear father, who is quite, let's say, ambitious about his plans for the new city.
I thought Alberto was in custody. Oh, come on. Haven't you spent enough time in my family to know that a Stronzo, the Saluzzo Don is? He wouldn't tolerate the thought of anything being outside his control. Despite his failure at Volsini, despite the vigilance of Nuovo Volsini City Hall and courts against his interference. What did you do? Took a few things out of his control, that's all. You'll find out soon enough. Are you sure you're not doing this for revenge? Well, I guess that's a matter of interpretation. Oh, and these masked dudes on the square. You remember seeing their boss, that cheerful Pero in court? Venezia Jr. It's often those who despise the game the most who understand the rules most thoroughly. He and his Venezia tracking have never been in violation of the new Urban Management Act. As a matter of fact, he is a two-timer winner of the Outstanding Young Entrepreneur Award. He might hate Siracusa more than either of us, Texas, but he knows how to read the winds rather, better than most wolves. But what? I don't like his hairstyle, too oily. I prefer Volpos who aren't so much like wolves. A Volpo mother from a distant land who returned to Siracusa to seek justice for her Orapathy-inflicted daughter. Touching story, isn't it? Besides, I happen to know that mother. What did you do this time? Helped her find the culprit. Super easy, barely any inconvenience. I'm sure you would have done the same. Sounds like City Hall should be giving you a medal for outstanding citizenship. What better time to do that than tonight? You can do the honors. Nah, that wouldn't sit well with my conscience. After all, things have gotten to the point where they are, even with all the business that I threw a wrench into. Now let's get back to that wager. 2 packs of wolf. Increasingly antsy. The end is approaching, Texas. "10 minutes until the parade arrives. 11:35 p.m.
I'm glad you're here, Ingrid. The White Wolf of Saluzzo has disrupted our plans. I'm going to the port to deal with matters, lest she ruin everything the Venezia has built in Nuova Volsini.
I returned my emblem a long time ago. Whatever happens to the Familia is none of my concern. Drop the act, Antonio. You know why I'm here."
How'd you know it was me?
When you told me you knew the truth. But it was your reaction just now that removed the last vestige of doubt. Why did you think the Sicilian betrayed you the moment you saw me? So I guess it wasn't Umberto, it was Antonio, as first expected. I guess Umberto knew it was Antonio, though, and that's what that conversation was. Or it was Umberto by orders of Antonio. That, I guess, could make sense, too, actually.
You tricked me.
Did I? I had my suspicions, Antonio. If the Trenchettis wanted to assassinate the Venezia Don, doing it through a child was a highly unreliable method, to say the least. No matter how intricate their plan was, they could not possibly have prepared a doll that Lisa had only fallen in love with a half-month ago because of a movie. There was never an assassination attempt. You hurt Lisa to agitate me, in order to run me out of the Familia.
If that was so...
Oh, you spared no expense to make sure that Lisa wanted for nothing. When I brought her back, she called you the really nice Pero uncle. In the way you beseeched me to come home, after I arrived in Nuova Volsini. You wore your mask perfectly, Antonio. You put on such a natural act that it would be... that would have put the real thing to shame. No, it was all real. Lisa, lovely, clever child. I was happy from the bottom of my heart when she called me uncle. But you were in my way, Ingrid. I could never have risen to the Familia with you around, much less rise to my present position. The struggle between Venezia and Tancredi, had reached a point where nothing was off limits. It was a chance I could not afford to miss. Lisa was your only weakness. As for why I tried to bring you back after chasing you out from the Familia, the answer is even simpler. Times have changed, Ingrid. Be it within the Familia or in Nuova Volsini, Venezia Jr. needs a strong right hand. I even made preparations to sponsor Rhodes Island under the name of Venezia Truckin' in order to allow them to devote their full effort to Lisa's treatment. Ladan took us in, and we lived together at Venezia for more than a decade, but somehow you have it in your heart. You have it in to hurt the people closest to you. Are you gonna chastise me for lacking in decency, Ingrid? I'm curious, do you truly agree with what the old man says, or are you just playing dumb? We keep emphasizing decency, acting like we're principled, pretending we're filled with love, and claiming we're so different from the other Familia. But we're no different, are we? Just a bunch of stronzo with blood all over our hands. That tailor Umberto, he's done dirty work after dirty work for the old man just because he owed the old man one back in the day. If decency was really what the Familia was about, why did he leave the Familia to focus on his suits? That scar on your face, is it a mark of honor or shame? Behind the scar, how many lives were taken in the name of the Familia? Who's really decent in this swamp they call Syracuse? No one amongst us, at least. Good, this is the right distance for stabbing. You really are forthright, Antonio. I just believe we shouldn't expect something unrealistic from one another. What the Syracusans should do is be prepared to lose everything, including those they love the most. That's what I used to admire you for. A bright flash of light. The alley they are in is separated from the courtyard by a high wall. Only a few dim street lamps illuminate the dark street. The sudden flash of light dazzles Ingrid momentarily. And this is your arts. You hit it well. No snap. It doesn't do much except cause a strong flash of light. It even looks a little silly, doesn't it? This is the second time I've ever used it. Without this light, I would not have dodged that bullet while kneeling in the mud of the jungle. I would not have been able to hold that drunken noble who circled our names away from the list before cutting off his head. Anger and distract me with that speech you just gave. Then create an opening with the flash. You planned this the moment you saw me, didn't you? Yeah. But all my knife found was the omamori you wore on your belt. That's the look of a killer right there. You never had a chance, Antonio. The moment I found out what kind of person you are. You know, it's funny. I was actually trying to think of an excuse to spare your life on my way here. Lisa's condition can never be cured, but she has found friends at Rose Island, even became an operator for them, working to help other oropathy patients. I was worried about Lisa's education, but life has thrown her a bone by the strange deliverance of fate.
Sorella, Ingrid Venezia, you will insult me with this decency even now. You would never have missed my heart if you didn't mean to. I shouldn't still be talking.
You're mistaken. It's just plain Ingrid, a mother whom you've angered. If I was thinking about decency, it is only so that you wouldn't die with any. I left you alive so that you could bleed to death. You deserve the pain, Antonio. Another firework explodes in the sky not far from the city, casting its light on Ingrid's face. The parade is about to arrive at the square. Carnivale comes to a climax. It will be a long time before they find out about the Pero lying on the other side of the wall. Ingrid snickers at the thought. Miles. She walks over the figure lying on the ground and leaves the alley. "4 minutes until the parade arrives." 11:41. I still can't get in touch with Antonio. What the hell is going on? And where's Capone at a time like this? I knew you couldn't trust a Sicilian. What do we do now? What do we think we do? This ain't a movie where you just call cut and go to lunch. Everything has been exposed. The City Hall sees us for who we are now. Do you think we can ever go back to being honest citizens of Nuova Volsini after this? Complete Antonio's mission. Capture the courthouse and get in touch with the port. Do the reinforcements have their weapons? Yeah. Good. On my order. Maybe some of us haven't touched a weapon in a year, but we ain't any more out of practice than these cargo hauling schemo. Or Shimo. It might have been Shimo, actually. I don't know.
Arena.
Means fools. And it is Shimo. You have your answer. It's not the one we want to hear, is it? Tell Irena that I'm very sorry about Summer, but I will not sign this verdict, and this decision is final. Nuova Volsini will not tolerate the crimes of the Mafia, but that does not mean other people can use the opportunity to achieve their own goals. I have gotten letters from many friends over the past year. Some of them are judges or lawyers in other cities. Others have chosen to pursue a different career. They shared a lot of advice with me about the jurisprudential basis of the new Urban Management Act and the specific room for improvement. I read many feelings between the lines. Concerns, confusion, hope, even envy. But the new Urban Management Act is a unique thing in Siracusa. It is the basis for this city's existence. Many have their eyes upon it. Even more have sacrificed for it. It is true that it can be powerless at times, but it's especially in times like this that I cannot allow it to become empty words, much less a tool to be exploited. Still the same old Lavinia. Hey, Irena. What is it? Listen to me carefully. These people have gotten their hands on weapons. They have become true wolves. The situation's out of control. I saw what the mafiosi are capable of when I first came to Siracusa as a kid. They slaughtered my uncle's entire family in just half an hour. In a few moments, I will release smoke to obstruct their view. Get the guys out of here when that happens. Hand signs, signals, whatever. I know you have a way. You'll need to be quick. I've never released smoke in such a large area before, so I don't know how well it will work, or how long I can keep it up. The trucks are right behind us. Get in, get away. I wasn't with Summer that night. It's partly my I wasn't with Summer that night. It's partly my fault that he's dead. There's not much that a luckless loner like me can do, but I can't let my brothers and sisters die here. That's a gun, not a spanner. Stop pointing it at me. No, I don't mean point it at yourself, but I don't know how to use it. Then point it in front of you, Pedro. But that's... Don't worry about it going off or accident touching the switch on some arts unit. I've talked to Judge Lavinia. These mafiosi have been declared outlaws under the new Urban Management Act. No one is going to hold you responsible if you accidentally shoot them. So take a deep breath and hold your weapon firm. You are protecting Justice Lavinia, protecting the courthouse, and protecting ourselves. But Irina... Listen. What? The cheering, it's getting nearer and nearer. The parade will reach Court Square in just a few minutes. How will the people interpret what they see? We're the ones who will press judgment. Or they're the ones who will pass judgment. The laws need only facts, doesn't it? Irina's voice is trembling. The crossbow in her hand is firm. Suddenly, Ludmilla feels like she's looking at a stranger. The beast's masked figures on one side, the truck drivers on the other, like they are standing on two sides of a river. There is no weapon on the ground, only shattered boxes. The weapons are in their hands. Everyone hears the sounds filling the air. The rumbling of floats, impromptu band performance, the spirited yelling of acrobats. The parade draws ever closer. Then sounds that are fainter, but even more audible. Sound of guns being loaded and locked. Arts units being activated, crossbow safety pins being unlocked. There is nowhere to hide. There is nowhere to run. No one has moved yet. At the first shot, the damned river will burst, and a tide of madness will wash over everything. No one speaks. Nerves are wound to the very tightest. Everyone is listening to the sound. Their own racing heartbeats. A new day will dawn upon Nuova Volsini soon, but the night is long.
Ah, the parade's here.
La Signora del Carnivale finally takes the stage. The rockerous revelry started with her, and is she who will lead it to its finale, an endless carnival, a decadent joke. Wow, she's singing.
A new challenge.
Jeez.
Feels fresh. It feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
Ow, okay.
breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
This gavel of justice is waiting. Spero che siate pronti.
Branch and bone bear weeds, mounds and...
The law is a means, not an end.
No need to cover up. If secrets go public, then everybody's in the game.
They're talking to us. Finally, things are starting to heat up. Let's join in and make the Carnivale even more fun. Let's see who can take out the most bad guys during Carnivale. What? If you win, I'll take down my damage reduction shield and your next fireworks will have even stronger special effects. If you lose, it'll prove how pathetic you really are and our next fireworks have no special effects. Does that sound good? Then I'll start the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go.
Thus I speak.
Concentrate.
Waiting for period.
The law is a...
What are we waiting for? The curtains are about to fall.
Competing against the boss. That's so fun.
No need to panic. If you're really... I'll plant you into the soil to grow anew.
Ow. Is that all you've got? You've got map-wide AoE. What do you want from me?
Please, trust in me. Follow me! Where do you wish to go? I'm prepared. Your lives. Now, ignite.
Can I hit her? Am I supposed to hit her? What am I doing?
I'm listening.
Oh.
I know what
Well, I
to
can't
do.
hit her there.
Don't keep me waiting.
I think Lapland's wolf did hit her earlier.
Branch and bone bear weeds, mounds and ruins.
Can you hit her? Yeah, okay. Right in front.
The show hasn't started, and the show hasn't started. No, disappointment.
Period. The reversal of finality.
Where do you wish to spend this burn? Even fair.
Oh, her stuff is our projectiles that can be slowed down. That's huge. So I can kill people before she can even land it.
I wasn't the clear skies for tuning.
Can crimes be punished through methods outside of the law?
Good job. Now I'll take down the shield, but just for a short while. Don't miss your chance. Thanks, Lapland.
Waiting. Then, the curtain of destiny.
Oh, he's joining us.
What's the law that your crimes are?
I'll plant you into the soil to grow anew.
you wish to go? Beyond the firelight.
I think there's a skill drain happening because, man, Logos' skill is not accurate.
Soil to grow anew.
Neither is Lapos.
What the law does not specify, I will
The show has what I'm waiting for. The curtains are about to fall.
I am done.
The Astrajite is the fuel of the forces.
No matter what, there is no such thing as absolute justice. But I still
Period. The reversal of finality.
I wasn't supposed to branch and bone bear weeds. Mounds and ruins lean fields.
Where do you wish to go? I'm prepared for lions. Now, we can meet.
What's the law? Your crimes are irrefutable.
I like that. I mean, this is a fun mechanic for a boss.
Mission accomplished.
Kazo, I said I might order, you idiot! Oh, it wasn't me. I only just pulled the safety on my gun. And it's not them either. See that shocked look on their faces? They're checking themselves for holes. Did someone's weapon go off? Oh, nobody's hurt, but where did that gunshot come from? I thought I knew what to do just now, but what do we do now? I can see the head of the first float ahead. Hey, you over there. Three minutes ago.
Yeah. 200 meters, just 200 meters. You haven't lost your touch, Ingrid, not one bit.
Yeah. Ingrid, you always have to confirm your kill. Or at least stick around and while they're bleeding out.
Murda, it hurts. I can feel blood flowing out of me, but that just means I still have time. Get out of this alley, get back to the square, I can still bring this thing under control. We have the courthouse and the port. Maybe I'll die, but before I die, I'll still sit in that judge's chair and deliver the final judgment of this ridiculous testing ground.
Antonio leans against the wall and does his best to stay upright, wobbling towards the exit. The alley is dark and every step takes massive effort. For some reason, he thinks back to how the guerrillas crept through the jungle of Bolivar by night, escaping from the Singas government. Antonio thinks back to the circles that the noble drunkenly drew on the list and his severed head when the guerrillas cut it off. He thinks back to Ingrid, Venezia Senior, Liantuzzo, Alberto, Signora Cecilia, all the people he hates. He will take everything from them. He will draw a big bloody cross on their names. It's not over yet. He stops. He feels the cold metal of a gun muzzle pressed to his forehead. Carla? Antonio.
Carla, I ordered you to get out.
Who do you think you are to kick me out? You're just the Dawn's Guard Tuskbees, Antonio. No matter how hard you try to disguise your ears and tail, you want to kill me? Your hands are shaking. You don't know who my enemies are. You don't know what I'm building, you stupid, worthless Caglione. Truly a mafia movie in the making. Carla stares blankly at the lifeless body on the ground. He has never seen such fury as that which is on Antonio's face, even unto death. It almost seems like it was not the bullet that took Antonio's life. The fact that he, Carla, who fired the bullet. Antonio's blood seeps through the cracks in the ground in the shape of a massive bloody cross. Hey, you over there. Irina. It's okay. Before everybody's eyes, Irina leaves the driver's line and takes 2 steps forward, standing in the middle of the road. Facing off the tense crowd of mafiosi, she takes a deep breath and lowers her crossbow. What is the meaning of this? Look, the first float has rounded the corner. The parade is here. Are we really going to fight to the death in front of hundreds of thousands of Nuovo Volsini citizens? What are your plans? Whatever your plan was, it's too late, isn't it? You want us to lower our weapons? You think we're stupid? We're doing the same thing. The White Wolf scattered this stuff on the plaza. We, as conscientious citizens of Nuovo Volsini, volunteered to clean up the square so the parade can pass through. That's what happened, no more, no less. All of you, signori and signore, are witnesses for me and all the drivers behind me. They, in turn, are your witnesses. It's Carnivale, after all. Let's give the parade a warm, proper welcome. Get in, Carla. The parade is almost here. We can't park here for long. There's a Carnivale mask on the driver's seat. Put it on and hide that blood on your face. Don Venezia! Move. Oh, snap. The car starts moving and the parade crowd passes through behind. Music and cheering mingle under the bright lights. It's been a good 5 or 4 hours since the revelry started, but Nuovo Volsini's excitement shows no sign of abating. From the expansion plate to the Nuovo Volsini's major districts, once again, they just can't stop saying the city's name. The procession is about to arrive at its destination. Nobody notices a lone car driving in the opposite direction. I'm sorry, Don Venezia, I didn't get the job done. You gave me a chance after Antonio ran me out, ordered me to take him out quietly, but if Ingrid didn't already mortally wound him before I got there.
No, Antonio died by your hand. Don's permission is required for the execution of a formal associate of the Familia. At minimum, a proper explanation should be given to important members of the Familia. Ingrid's methods were not decent.
Yeah, understood, sir. But now Antonio is dead. He was your son-in-law, the Familia's...
Nuovo Volsini has its rules. So does Venezia. What Antonio did was wrong. This is an act of kindness. He is with Bella now. Besides, his death will not be meaningless.
Well, what next, sir?
We go home and clean the house. The first thing that City Hall and the courts will see when they get up in the morning tomorrow is Venezia's good faith. We will sit down together. We will talk like decent people. It'll be a busy night.
Keep up, keep up. Port Square is just ahead. We gotta get ahead of that float and get a good place. Well, don't squeeze. You're not joining them, Signorina? Your plain outfit stands out in the crowd of colorful costumes and masks. What an idea to turn things on its head. May I take a few photos? I can mail them to you if you give me an address. Hey, are you listening? Agonice. Why don't you say anything, Agonice? You've never left me before. Where are you? The Lupo girl's eyes harden. The photographer gazes across the street. The Red Hood stands out in the crowd, even in this revelry. A trap? How did you... You got distracted. Is Agonice your grandma? You can't find your grandma too? You're the last one. The last true wolf. Kill you and I will know the answer. Grandma. I'm here, child. I won, Grandma. I saw it. I saw how the entire battle played out. How you zeroed in onto the fang of Agonice, lured her into a trap, and struck her down with a single blow. You can see. Have your eyes healed, Grandma? Have your arms grown back? Is your heart whole again? Why can't I see you? Why can't I get close to you? My sweet child. You would have hunted for such fervor if I didn't say that. Red killed the true wolf and earned an inseparate victory for Grandma, finally. Now I go off to find another sweet child. You lied to me. Why? I don't understand. Oh, bother. Alright, let me put it another way. Maybe then you'll know what to do. You're like the ones who killed my child. You're both huntresses and true wolf. Not all the true wolves have been slain. Grandma hasn't been saved yet. Oh snap, she's got a mask? Look at the coordination of the two groups. Truly impressive, isn't it? In the space of a few minutes, they've hidden all the weapons in the trucks and stand side by side to welcome the parade procession. It's almost like it was rehearsed. Who would believe me if I said they were pointing weapons at each other just a few minutes ago? You win, Texas. Once again, justice and conscience have taken your side. Texas does not answer. The white wolf claps even harder, an ink-black mask on her face. Actually, I'm more curious why you suddenly put that mask on. It's Carnivale, after all. Why the long face, Texas? You won. You should be more cheerful than that. Look, the parade enters Court Square. That little intermezzo just now never turns into a full-scale riot. Peace and love for all. Or is it because you just can't stop thinking that the only reason it turned out this way was because of a single gunshot out of nowhere, which gave one of the wolves a chance to cool its head? And the Carnivale is nothing but a red carpet laid out on a swamp. What are you trying to say, Lapland? What happened tonight is not the same as the civil disorder that happened in the other cities of Saracusa. The only difference being the involvement of a bunch of ordinary people who were pushed to desperation by the Mafia's turf wars. Well, you're not wrong. But the way they really did put on a remarkable show. Especially that driver lady that we saw in court, who seems to have understood a lot of things without having to be taught. Nuova Volsini is not a vineyard where you just sow the seed and wait for the fruits to grow. Don't forget that it sits right in the middle of this swamp by the name of Saracusa. The Familia have never been the ones who had to crawl through the mud and water. Don't underestimate the power of this bog, Texas. It turns everyone into hungry, ravenous wolves. It has ingrained into the genes of the Syracusans the instinct to turn any new turf into the same swamp. This endless cycle is what Syracusa is. Don't try to escape it or change it. The easiest thing to do is learn to enjoy the swim. This is what the old man, Signora Cecilia, and you, what you have all taught me.
Leon Tuzo and Lavinia have taken radical measures in order to validate an order that exists outside the Mafia. There is a long way to go, but this is why Nuova Volsini exists. It offers a new possibility. Really, did you do all of this in order to give this speech? I didn't know you were so concerned about the future of Siracusa.
Took the words right out of my mouth, didn't you? I was going to ask you that. Otherwise, why would you have come here all the way from Lungmen to the moment you got my invitation? I know you're going to say.
The White Wolf pauses, clears her throat, and imitates Texas's way of speaking. Calm and even, yet emotion-filled.
All of those lofty ideals are none of my business. I just work for a logistics company. I'm just here because I care about my friends, and because my conscience wouldn't let me turn a blind eye to certain things, just like in Volsini. No, Texas. I haven't forgotten the time we first met. You have just come to Saracusa. You are standing at the edge of the mobile platform, holding your Nonno Salvatore's hand, watching my family's workers trim the grapevines. Your Nonno and my father were talking about how Colombia was turning into a dump, about Saracusa's good weather, the New Year's harvest, and how you'll be staying a while at our place. Your eyes were bright back then, and your expression was much more interesting than they are now.
That's because the grapes you picked were so sour they almost burned a hole in my tongue.
Everyone on the square is wearing a mask tonight, but none could compare to the one you wear. Nobody sees things clearer than you. You were the first one to realize that this is a swamp that you needed to get out of. But it was your disappointment that they made you see Texas. You once had such high hopes for this swamp. And never forget my speech. Or do not never, just forget my speech, you, Texas, are a true blue idealist.
I don't deny it. Or rather, whether I am or am not makes no difference. It doesn't change what I have to do at the end of the day.
A very Texas answer, almost boringly so.
Is that a land ship? Wow, City Hall brought a land ship to the show and turned it into a stage. Wait, look who's on deck. Is that the last Texas? I'm sure I've seen her in the courts of Volsini and the one opposite her. Lapland, the white wolf who was disowned by the dawn of Saluzzo 8 years ago. Why are they here at the Carnivale? Must be the City Hall's special guest. Think about it, representatives of two major familia here at the climax of Carnivale. It sends an even more powerful message in Signor Ballone's promotional video. Damn right. Lapland takes off her mask and gives it to Texas.
What? You won the bet, didn't you? In the old days, the Familia murdered each other on Carnivale. The last surviving wolf taking the masks of the vanquished. I suppose we need to give the old customs new meaning in this city. A new life. That kind of stuff, I guess. As for the question just now, it doesn't matter what your answer is. Siracusa makes us all wear masks after all. We're part of Carnivale's main event, Texas. Regardless of why you're here and now, you represent part of Siracusa. Whether it's the part that's new, or the part that's broken and needs to be thrown out. Mafiosi and truck driver, city official and judges, and all the Syracusans on the square who see us in the meaning that they want to see. You may, of course, choose to turn around and leave. Come on, Texas, don't just stand there. All of Nuova Volsini is watching. Silence. Texas gazes at her old friend and old enemy, and for a long time, and finally extends her hand. A dozen beast floats drive into Court Square as though it has been previously rehearsed, and the reveling crowd continues to gush in the tide. The sound of music and cheers of the crowd keeps growing louder. The bright lights and the fireworks in the sky provide the perfect backdrop for the duo on stage. Do you hear that, Texas? They would not let the good night go gently. They're cheering for you and me, and for this new city and for a new life. You're still really good at making me feel sick. I'll take that as a compliment. But I don't mind being part of the event. I don't mind these people seeing some sort of meaning in me. Without hope, there would never be disappointment, whether in Columbia or Siracusa. I do, in fact, hope to see a truly vibrant city emerge from the swamp. If the challenge and complexity of building it are beyond what I can imagine, then I will face the challenge of my friends, not turn away from it. Alright, I've made up my mind. I'll take care of one more trouble for you in Siracusa. I'm bringing those stupid wolves back to the wilderness so that Siracusa won't be affected by their dumb game. No need to thank me. But when the obstacles have all been pushed out of the way, how will you change this swamp? There's something I suddenly wanted to ask you, Texas. What? Are you disappointed that I didn't come to Nuova Volsini for you? No. Another very Texas answer. Break a leg, Texas. Texas takes the mask. The white wolf lets go without warning. Without hesitation, she turns around and walks into the landship's hold. Oh, and Texas. You were fun while it lasted. November 9th, 11:57 p.m. Well, the landship, the White Wolf of Saluzzo in Texas, and the Truckers Union. What else did we miss? Signor Bologna. Hello, Irina. Haven't seen you in a while. Perhaps we should have a little chat once the festivities are over. Go on, Mayor Leontuzo. The duo's performance has come to an end. Time to deliver the closing speech for Carnivale. Thanks for bringing me here, Dimitri. And sorry I couldn't give you a satisfactory answer, even at the very end. Since when have you been the type to say useless crap like that? I suppose you're right. Good evening, folks. I'm Leontuzo. As you can see, I was a little dinged up, but I'm out of the woods now. I was actually here in the middle of the parade on the way to the Court Square, experiencing this city that we live in together. I'm sure little needs to be said about the impressive performance of Signorine Lapland in Texas. But I wanted to see your faces, say a few things, and spend the night together with you guys. Maybe things have changed in Nuova Volsini over the past year. But not least the completion of the port, the biggest cargo port in Siracusa. Every connection it makes is like a pulse of the city, demonstrating healthy, robust vitality, supporting thousands of enterprises and hundreds of thousands of livelihoods. We found the country's first police academy, a new code of laws, and people are increasingly identifying with Nuova Volsini. This makes me glad and anxious in equal measure. The city continues to face many problems that cannot be ignored. For example, the citizen credit system remains inconvenient, and there are many cases where it doesn't achieve the intentions. We also understand the uniqueness of the new Urban Management Act makes it difficult for our citizens to receive the support they need for cases that span jurisdictions. A year is a very short period of time. City Hall and the courts still have much to do. What I want to ask is this. What is Nuova Volsini to you? That's also the question that I want to ask other Syracusans in Volsini, Sicilia, Montelupe. What is Nuova Volsini to them? What is this young city to neighboring Laetanian, distant Ursus, and all the other countries in Terra, for which change is a constant? Are we a new possibility to them? Not just a different kind of violence, but something stronger, firmer, much more close-knit. Something worth talking to. Will they understand that our strength comes from our most earnest desires that we, and all other cities gathered here today, can safeguard our hard-earned new lives? That's what we've been trying to achieve over the past year. There is no familia in Nuova Volsini. The forms associated with this saying doesn't rely on Syracusan methods, as Syracusans know it. A secret negotiation, an assassination in the dark, a purge of the city, a deadly struggle between familia. All that has happened here, and all that will happen here, will be viewed through the lenses of the law. We're giving a new order to our life. The swamp that Syracusans used to take for granted will no longer faze us. A friend once said to me that I'm walking down a thorny path. He's right, but all the challenges that we have faced is exactly why Nuova Volsini must continue to move forward. For everyone who has been hurt on this path, for everyone who may be hurt in the future, I'm sorry. But at the same time, I continue to extend an invitation to all the friends who have something to ask of Nuova Volsini. We shall trample the thorns together and make this brand new, one-of-a-kind city better, little by little, until it's ready to usher in a new era. As a matter of fact, a new era for Siracusa has already begun, a future filled with infinite possibilities. Dimitri gazes silently at the silhouette of Leontuzo outlined by the countless lights. What can I say, Leon? Toluzo's wine isn't bad, but I prefer my own. Bologna will find its way into the city, in my own way, by your rules. I promise you that. Dimitri turns around. The mayor's speech continues, but he has received the answer he was looking for. Dimitri has accepted the invitation, or perhaps the declaration of a very long war. Enjoy the rest of the night, and the dawn of a new day.
Work's over. Time for a drink. Where's Texas?
Where's Texas? You said bye. Your reception's over. New demos? Man, I really could have, this is really 2 streams in one. Didn't think it was this long. Really could have ended it after the other intermission. But can't stop now. We will have another quick break, though. We're back. I wonder if this is the longest event now. Because, I mean, even... I'm pretty sure Path of Life was the longest when it came out, but even that one, I don't think took what should have been an extra day of time. I wonder if this is the longest one. It has to be. I mean, there's a whole other intermission in the 10th level. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Alright, well, let's finish this off. So I guess Lapland's gonna, what, go beat up all the other Signore de Lupi and then make them leave Siracusa? Management Act Amendment. What will take the place of the blood and mud we have wiped away? Ah, it's raining.
Grandma, I don't understand.
Oh, snap. Is it time?
You're not getting away this time, bloody pup.
As the Carnivale drew to a close, and the dust settled in the square last night, Lyudmila spotted a familiar red silhouette. She followed the figure through winding alleys, sometimes hitting dead ends, other times standing still. It clearly had no direction. Lyudmila readied for an ambush, biding her time. Her strike landed true. She pinned the figure down, pressing her blade against its heart. Just a little more and she would avenge her mentor and end this haunting ghost. But the red Lupo offered no resistance. She simply knelt, muttering as she stared into space. Lyudmila looked into her eyes and saw nothing but emptiness. The silence was brief, and the red Lupo spoke.
True wolf.
What?
Grandma was the true wolf. I was like them, chosen by the true wolf. We hunt for the true wolf, die for the true wolf, deliver the true wolf's victory. The story was a lie, Grandma was a lie. It's all a lie.
You're talking about your game. So teacher had to live in fear all her life with a limp leg just because she's part of this stupid game? You killed her for this victory?
I don't understand.
Lyudmila suddenly feels a force from her counterpart and hears the sound of a blade ripping through fabric. She takes a step back.
Is this what your Calcid taught you? Violence, hatred, ideals, fate. Your Calcid always an explanation, doesn't she? Always has an explanation, doesn't she? Calcid, Calcid.
The kneeling, the red-garbed Lupo reaches through her clothes in the rain, eventually pulling out a tooth from where Lyudmila's knife had sunk. The small, sharp tooth, the knife has left a clear mark on it.
A baby tooth? Grandma told me that this kind of tooth falls out because it can't tear the prey's flesh. But I've always kept it. Not sure why. Calcid said I should keep it safe until I know the answer. I didn't listen to Calcid. I found the girl with the bow. She's alive. You missed her vital organs. Did you doubt yourself in the final moments, scum? Do you want to see this Calcid of yours?
Waggles ears silently.
Well, I'm gonna find her and ask her what all this is about. Don't you dare die before then. And don't you dare get my knife dirty.
Well, that explains all that then. Is this how Nuova Volsini's law enforcement does things? As we have already explained to you multiple times, Signor Saluzzo, your request for legal counsel is perfectly lawful and reasonable. We duly notified Saluzzo Vino, but nobody has come. It's not because of any interference on our part. I want to see your supervisor. No, I want Justice Lavinia or Mayor Leontuzzo.
Buongiorno, signore. Had a good night.
Lapland. You have been banished from the Saluzos forever, traitor. You do not have the right to rescue me.
Oh, please, old thing. Still so full of yourself. Do I look like I'm here to rescue you? Catch.
Lapland throws an elaborate gift box through the cell door window. Alberto does not catch it. The gift box falls to the ground, its lid coming off and revealing a new suit, briskly cut, elaborately embellished, even more so than Lapland's outfit.
How do you like it? Meant it to be a gift for Carnivale, the work of a master Syracusan tailor. We already said goodbye last year, dear father, so I wasn't planning to see you again. I prefer to spend my time on more meaningful things. But then, it would be ungrateful of me not to present a parting gift after all the lessons you taught me. But the little tailor was supposed to run errands, got into a little problem, so I had to make the trip myself. Unfortunately, the Carnivale has already come to a close. But from the looks of things, you'll need something to wear for prison, don't you?
Are you trying to provoke me? It won't work, Lapland. How can you be so clever yet so childish? Every Saluzzo knows that Alberto Saluzzo is never wrong.
Well, since I'm here, let me tell you one other thing. Let's just say your stay will be much longer than you'll think.
What? The vote has been taken, Signorina Lapland. Despite your mistakes, you are the Don's only daughter and the heir of the Familia Saluzzo. We need you to take charge of the Familia's affairs for now. The most urgent tasks are responding to City Hall's investigation of Saluno Vino after the Carnivale and getting a Don out.
What? I was just here for a drink. I thought there was no Familia in Nuova Vocini. Are you sure you want to play this inheritance game?
Why would they choose her? She was banished.
Besides, didn't the old man pick his guy before he went in?
Do you mean...
If you're looking for help, you should look for it from Saluzzo Vino's primary partner.
I'm honored to take on this responsibility, Signorina Lapland, and my friends from Saluzzo.
So what's the plan?
We will immediately audit all of our businesses in the city in accordance with the new Urban Management Act. In addition to the illegal registration, if Signor Saluzzo has indeed been manipulating Saluzzo Vino to engage in prohibitive activities, it is our duty to gather materials and self-report to City Hall. It is necessary, if necessary, I will restructure the leadership of Saluzzo Vino. A necessary sacrifice to protect Saluzzo Vino.
Oh my, that sounds like so much harder work. Here's a toast to you.
You... How dare Bologna? Did he plan this from the beginning? You would allow the Bolognes to take to Saluzzo's business in Nuova Volsini?
Remember what you said? Banished from the Saluzzos forever, right? Or did you think I was going to come home to roost, like a migratory foul beast? There was always a question on my mind, Papa. Why were you so angry when I tried to kill Voce al Lupo at Brunello, or when I let Texas go in Colombia? Were you angry that I acted against the Familia's best interests, violated the rules of Siracusa? Or were you just angry that I was telling everyone that there are certain things which are outside Alberto Saluzzo's control? You should probably save your strength for the trial. I doubt the new management of Saluzzo Vino would make his legal counsel available for you. My dear father, you're not just a fool. You're a boring fool. It's very addio this time, but cheer up. You'll be better dressed than all your fellow inmates after all.
Hey, you ain't done yet? I don't know what the paper pushers at City Hall are thinking. Same point, same social service, but why I gotta sweep 2 more streets than you, Capone? That's Senor Capone to you, Campino. Don't forget who saved you when you passed out in the alley that night. Vaffanculo. Did you hear? Half of Venezia Trucking's management are in police custody right now. It wasn't just cigar and vinyl sent to Venezia's Signor's room that night. There were also detailed businesses and personal records of Venezia Trucking over the past year. Anyone who was closely associated with Venezia Jr. got rooted out, and the City Hall Kazi came into work the next day with a thick pile of self-reports lying on their table. Venezia Sr. cut ties so swiftly and decisively that City Hall couldn't find fault. Venezia Trucking will get a full makeover, but it won't be shut down. Venezia Jr.'s impact was reduced to a minimum. The Familia sure are finding new and clever ways of dealing with traitors in Nuova Volsini. Don really struck like thunder, didn't he? I thought he came for the festival. We'd have been riding behind bars by now if we'd listened to you and stayed there. What's the difference? We lost all of our citizen points, and we gotta start again from scratch. Once again, we got nothing left. Well, not exactly nothing. Capone cast his gaze at the intersection where a familiar yellow cab is parked. Lapland said we could have the cab. A reward, basically. How long do you think it'll take before we get a taxi company started in this city? I know what we'll call it. Taxi Siciliano. What do you think? I think we should get out of here because that judge is coming. What I don't think is she is coming for us.
You're just going to leave without saying anything? Lavinia, I won't stay any longer. Don't want to keep you up at night. Where will you go? Rose Island, maybe. Haven't seen Lisa in a while. Now that this old score has been settled, I have the time and the mood. I am not here for small talk, Signora Venezia. We're not close to begin with. Early in the morning, Venezia Signor came to me and Leontuzo. Whatever is going on with Venezia is none of my business. He would pay any price for Venezia Trucking survival, even if it's just one factory, but he has also had another request, to grant you safe passage out of Nuovo Volsini. Given the actions of Venezia Jr. on the night of the Carnivale, your efforts helped City Hall contain the violence to some extent, therefore leniency should be considered. However, the charges of assault and battery still stand, not to mention that your actions here act as revenge within a familia. We will issue an arrest warrant for you, Signora Venezia. Arrest warrant? I have multiple mafioso bounties on me, and even Signora Cecilia's prohibition. The arrest warrant will be a nice souvenir, I guess. Do not dismiss it so casually, Signora Venezia. This arrest warrant is empowered by the new Urban Management Act. Unlike Signora Cecilia's prohibition, there is no room for mediation just because some familia comes into power or loses it. This is the law, Signora Venezia. We've talked about this before. Your every move will be watched by Nuova Volsini and perhaps all Siracusa in the future. The arrest warrant will remain valid until you are brought into custody. I appreciate the reminder, Lavinia. I'm not dismissing your declaration. I could tell that you're a firm person when I saw you at the winery. In the Siracusa I know, you didn't need a reason to kill, but that's not how things should be. Every action needs a reason, proper reason. It's true for judges, as for mothers, even for killers. I approve of your reason, which is why I approve of your action. Besides, as I've told you, I don't have anything against your profession. I'm just thinking, if you issued a warrant for me, should I look forward to when we meet again? Look at that smile. That is a... that is a cocky smile. Well, I should go. It's gonna be real awkward when they like both see each other in that Rhodes Island, like, oh hey. When you're at the strongest, you have no fear, yeah. She will be a very good addition to Rhodes Island personnel, that's for sure. Maybe she probably could be an elite operator, really. Hello, Irina. Are you feeling better, Signor Bellone? Yes. Thanks for asking. There is something I need to give you. A resignation letter. I would like to resign as president of the Truckers Union. 1 year ago, I promised you and Judge Lavinia that no mafioso would infiltrate the Truckers Union, but I failed to keep the promise. I stopped them from putting their people in the union, but it didn't prevent them from achieving their goals at all. Sommer and all the others whom they used, it's my fault, and I tried to coerce Judge Lavinia into when things were exposed. It's not your fault. Not all of it, at least. No one can stay calm when they see their best friend die and their family, along with themselves, backed into a corner. In the end, little harm was done. But I just can't forgive myself. I received the joint letter just before you arrived. It was signed by 200 full-time drivers of the Truckers Union plus several hundred more temporary contract staff, asking for amnesty towards your actions during the Carnivale. They shouldn't have... Rethink your resignation, Irina. City Hall will hold an internal hearing next week to discuss integrating the Truckers Union as a government department alongside city development and the police. Together, we will build Nuova Volsini's logistics and the city itself, Irina. I look forward to a long and productive partnership with you. I still trust the decision that Lavinia and I made that day. You may or may not be the best person to lead the Truckers Union, but you are a decent person. In the 2 days since I woke up, I've learned about what I've missed, thought about many things. Finding the direction is easy. It's the journey that's hard. Long, long journey. How'd it go? The association will need to cooperate with the investigation and face penalties. However, City Hall won't pursue what happened during the Carnivale or those who helped with the smuggling. Good. I thought I asked you to wait for me at the camp. I came to say goodbye. Didn't want to deal with the commotion if I said it at the camp. Then you're leaving? I found the red one. She's not in great shape. I thought she was your sworn enemy. Yes, she needs to go back to somebody. And that somebody is my other sworn enemy, whom I'll have to visit sooner or later. It's a long story. Anyway, if nothing much is going on for the Union for the time being, I want to visit this place called Rose Island. There's something I want to ask before I leave. That night, when you ordered us to point our weapons at the Venezia mafiosi, what were you thinking? That all the Union's problems will go away if we kill those bastards? And who smuggled what will remain a secret forever? Were you confident that it could be done with so many people behind you, and so many weapons in your hands? Were you confident that you wouldn't be held responsible? Were you thinking about protecting the people behind you, or how, like the bastards on the other side, you held the fates of so many in your hands? Was it the gunshot that made you stop, or was it your judgment from deeper down? No need to tell me, Irina. You know the answer. I told you the story of Tallulah, a respected leader who became an evil dragon. I failed to see it happen, and I didn't kill her. I won't make the same mistake again. I'm watching you, Irina. I'm the sword that hangs above your head. If that's what you become, I'll come for you, no matter where I am, and I will kill you. I hope that day never comes. I hope we can truly, sincerely give each other our blessings, friend. Irina is alone. The reproba, with the furrowed brows, has vanished without a trace. The night wind of late autumn is chilly, but Irina just stands there, lost in thought. It's me, Sandro. About the joint letter, thank you. We need a deathmatch at Rhodes Island? That, I don't think HR would approve of that. I love how this is just Lapland's theme now. Maybe it was always her theme, technically, I don't know, but it is now. I thought you promised Texas to take us away from Syracuse. I lied. Great. Besides, did she really win the bet? Is the Carnivale over, Zaro, or has it just begun? The old wolf of Venezia has hidden his fangs and claws, blending back into the pack. The pup named Irina has learned the tricks of hunting on her own. That's why I said you guys are stupid. You set all those dumb rules, but you can't resist breaking them. The games become increasingly boring with each cycle. The all-powerful Signori de Lupi are reduced to petty worries like humans. From one wolf to another, tell me, Zaro, what set the revelry beneath us to motion? Power, obviously. Yes, a port, a community, a city. Wherever there are people, there is power. Whether one pursues it, detests it, seeks to control it, or grasps at it like a drowning man clutches a straw. They all end up holding power tight and wielding it with fervor. Power is the true wolf pack. It is the game all Syracusans, no, all of humanity, was born playing. There is no judge, no rules. Its variety is infinite, and it does not end except by death. The wind on the wheel, like the wind on the wilderness. There is no direction, and no one knows where it comes from, but it never stops. Interesting, very interesting indeed. I'll concede that you have discovered this pleasure earlier than us. You intend to put an end to the Fangs, and have Lapland lead us into this new game. Well, that depends on what Vargo, Agnes, and the ones over there who haven't spoken think.
Oh, Agonies finally speaks.
No human has ever been the alpha of the pack in the memory of the Signori dei Lupi, nay, the beast aristocrats. Do you have a hierarchy over here? That's a human concept to shackle their own brethren. You call yourselves the Signori dei Lupi, act like one. If she truly does bring us pleasure.
There is one more thing you forgot. Look at the crystals on her leg. She's pretty far gone, and oropathy is an incurable disease for humans. Will we, deathless Signore de Lupi, recognize a dying human as an alpha?
True, I probably don't have much time left. Doesn't that add to the thrill of the game?
I have a feeling that this is going to be the best time of my life.
Oh, and Emperor came to talk to me? It's not just the pack that has sensed this unease. It is a crisis that has put us all, the aristocrats' beasts, on guard.
They're just calling themselves aristocrats of beasts now, not beast lords? Like, what? What's with this title change?
Emperor and our cousins and other races wish to talk to us. If Lapland is our alpha, then... There's no rest for the wicked, is there? Tell them. As the wilderness keeps its promises. Wait for me.
Damn.
Fiend.
She's not just Zaro Alter, she's all of Signore de Lupi Alter. That's crazy. That's pretty cool.
Please look at this, Signorina Texas. I'll submit it if there's no issue. There's so much paperwork to become an independent consultant for you guys. Mi scusi. The Carnivale drew a large number of tourists and delivered on the promotional expectations. Nuova Volsini Port has received a large number of orders in recent days. Moving forward, our logistics systems will reach beyond Nuova Volsini, connecting with other cities in Siracusa and even abroad. There's no room for negligence. Penguin Logistics has the qualities we're looking for, but Lungmen is a long way from here. The process for bringing you on as a special consultant will be a little more complicated. Just sign here. Welcome to Nuova Volsini, Signorina Texas. Things are about to get busy.
She'll wield the Emperor as a weapon. I wonder what the Beast Lords are meeting about. Maybe they said they sensed something. Maybe they know like what happened in Latanya and everything. That something's coming. Excuse me, could you submit my application with Selenia's? Oh my goodness. I was wondering if she was ever going to show up. Did not think she was at this point, but here she is. We meet again, Selenia.
Giovanna. I thought you wouldn't be coming back for a while after you left for Colombia. Has your journey for inspiration come to a close?
Sora started her second Siracusa tour 2 months ago, didn't she? Did you notice the name Katarina Culture Ltd on the sponsor list?
Since when have you become so close with Sora?
She's a friend, too. One whom you introduced me to. My injuries have healed and I found new inspiration. It's time to come back. The happy times of the past may be gone, but that doesn't mean we can't create even happier stories for ourselves. I need time to prepare before... Now I'm ready.
And none too soon, I see. It seems like you have made a decision too. Yes, things will be different between us now. I'm looking forward to it, Selinia. Can't forget about Agnir. Father Agnir.
Oh, it's you.
I wouldn't have realized that you were in Nuova Volsini if I didn't see your photo in the submissions for Memories of Carnivale.
Well, I didn't tell you, or anyone else for that matter.
Are you planning on leaving now? I'll go back to Montelupe with you. There are certain things that I should explain to Signora Cecilia personally.
Why?
Huh?
This city is just entering its second year. Its mayor has many things to attend to. Take it easy, young man. I'm loath to admit that we're like concerned parents who quietly follow their children for the first time they go out on their own. But yes, I came into the city at Cecilia's behest to see it, deal with some people, or declare a decree on her behalf if it comes to that. But I did nothing. The Carnivale had its little hiccups, but it's come to a satisfactory conclusion, hasn't it? In certain ways, it's true that you haven't completely fulfilled your promise to Cecilia to transform Nuova Volsini into a new city that's totally different.
I can't deny that.
Well, Cecilia had so much more on her plate when she first came back to Siracusa. It wasn't easy bringing guns and order to this country. Of course, you're facing more resistance than she did. That's why she didn't pour cold water on the fire of youth. She hasn't gotten that old.
I'm not coming back to Montelupe to prostrate myself before Signora Cecilia and beg for her mercy. I have some plans about the future of Nuova Volsini, about promoting the new Urban Management Act.
Ah, very good then.
I want to ask though, if you came to deal with problems, why didn't you do anything?
I saw an old friend. How long has it been, Umberto?
Father Agnir.
I remembered that you moved to Nuova Volsini. Just thought I would drop by. Are you waiting for someone? Mafia killers or the Fangs?
I don't know. The death will find me one way or another. I'm old enough.
Sorry, it's been a long time since I walked into a church or offered a prayer for the dying.
Some priest you are. I still remember the day we met. Never occurred to me that in 1,000 years that I would be hired to kill a Sancta, priest no less. A moment of surprise was enough for you to pull a gun from your robes. I never would have gone back to being a tailor if not for you.
All in the past.
Why have you chosen to come to Nuova Volsini tonight? Is the Carnivale?
Any final wishes, Umberto? I'll see what I can do.
No, Father.
None at all? I remembered you have a grandson, Lucino, is it?
There's only so much I can do for him. To me, he's my only family. To him, there will be a day when I'm not his only family anymore. The future awaits the young.
So then there's these special levels. We'll have to do that. When we did the EX levels or something. And I'll have to finish PV9 as well.
Have
Fun
you been doing
though,
well
actually,
lately,
really nice event. Really nice event. I'm glad things worked out as I hoped they would for everyone. And I mean, it's honestly very cool that Lapland is now in charge of all of the wolves. That's pretty crazy. Pretty cool, pretty crazy. The only thing I'm not sure about, and I pulled it up because is the guy Ben from Illustrator Kusano, who I thought was maybe a Fang, but I don't know. He didn't show up at all. Don't know who he is. He was hanging out with Luna Cub though. So I looked up, I was like, did something happen to him at the end of the event that I don't remember? But no. Nothing happened. Who knows who that guy was? If he was a Fang, then maybe he's dead by now. It's been a year, so I don't know. Who knows who that guy was? But yes, that is it. That is a long event. This is I think my longest stream in a long time. Very long time. We'll be back for the EX levels and the special levels and those other levels and all that good stuff. And I probably will pull for Ingrid more because honestly, she's kind of cool. She's kind of cool. IS5? What are you talking about? Why are you mentioning IS5? Give me a break. I need more. Play it yourself. Alright, I have to go, so thank you all for watching. And until we meet again, may the sands of time treat you well.